Yeah, you thought there was no sound. No, man, I was in the background doing stuff. You get me? Big up to everyone who's joined in. You know what I'm saying? Your boy Sniper up in the place. Jeez. Where you lot been at, man? Where you lot been hiding? You know what I'm saying? I'm here, man. I'm here. I'm here. Here bright and early. You get me? I know, man. Big up my brother Born Rich. We'll probably tune in at some point and hopefully get to talk to him. You get me? I did catch a little bit from yesterday. You get me? Said he's all right though. You get me? He's at his friend's, staying at his friend's house. No electricity boy for a month. That's mad. You know what I'm saying? So we got my brother Born Rich, man. He knows, man. We're trying to do big things out there still. You get me? Mm. But yeah, I'm here today. Jeez, what we gonna do? All right, let's wait for some more people to roll in. Then we're gonna start this work. You get me? We'll teach today. You get me? Big up Marshall. Come on, done now. Salam, my brother. Salam. Salam alaikum. Salam alaikum. Yeah. Jeez. We're gonna get into that today. They'll be like, why you salam alaikum? And then you ain't unk. You ain't pagan. We're gonna teach today. You know what I'm saying? There's a reason why they call me Black Google. Yeah. Let the teacher teach, man. So yeah, roll on in, hit the like button on your way in. You get me? If you really want that work this morning, you get me? Get that good knowledge, that good teaching. It's a little fraction from Sniper's brain. You get me? Go and delve into some books. You know what I mean? Just like the good old days. This is why, yeah, you either a scholar or you're not. You know what I'm saying? If we're not into this Google scholarship and just standing, you know what I mean? Like standing on the street corner and talking about, yeah, you know what it is, and you can argue a point. You know, just do like the old schools and, you know, really like go into things and, you know, why people say what they say and come to certain conclusions and have an open mind towards certain things. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, we're gonna teach today. Yeah. So yeah, man, I'm just waiting for people to roll up on in. So yeah, just pull up a chair, notepad. You know what I'm saying? Get ready for what's about to transpire. You get me? We're gonna go into the holy tablets, into some Dr. York stuff, so they can analyze that. You know what I mean? Usually they're analyzing the individual, but we're gonna analyze the information. You know what I mean? We're gonna get to the point, like, yo, what would a man like me be studying? You know what I mean? So intently or thing from way back. You know what I'm saying? What was it? What was it that gave Maku that spark, that ability to absorb information, whether it be useful or unuseful at the time? You know what I'm saying? And then boom, you know, have a conversation and it just come out. So this is based in good study, research, and all of these type of things. Come on, we got Captain Rambo. You get me? Yeah, man, we're teaching today. We're teaching today, man. We had enough of the play team, man. Play too much, man. Playing too much out here, bro. You know what I mean? You need to start poking with the fork now. You know what I'm saying? Let the teacher teach. You know what I'm saying? Because far too many times, yeah, everyone thinks this is like a game or joke. Oh, Mikey, you're a joker. You're not serious. I'm deadly serious about information. I'm teaching the youths and, you know, moving forward as a people. So let's get to it. You know what I mean? Grand Rising, Captain, Grand Rising. You know what I mean? So, yeah, man. Just waiting. Oh, yeah. That can be done later still. I've got a video that I'm gonna play on that one. You know what I'm saying? Why we don't really accept hadith. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't make sense. But you know, I'm not saying don't read them, but boy, yeah, good luck with that. With 3,000 hadith books. You know what I mean? So yeah, man, roll up, hit the like button on your way in. If you ain't subscribed already, which I know most of you have, cool. You get me? But yeah, We're dealing with some real facts and information today. Today. You get me? Where did it all begin? Where did it all start? You get me? First, I need to go and get the book. And no Jack and Nori, it's fairy tale killing season. Jeez. Yeah. So I named this one the Holy Tablet. You get me? This is the Holy Tablet. You know what I'm saying? Just to show everybody it's authentic, it's real, it's there. You know, it's just a book, but it's a very, very, very influential book. A lot of people supposed to have this book don't have this book. A lot of people who ain't supposed to have this book have this book. You know what I'm saying? So I'm one who's meant to have this book. So, you know, I managed to purchase it over 20 years ago, or 20 something years ago. Yeah, and yeah, there's bare information in there. So we're gonna get into this. You know what I mean? The introduction, chapter 1 and chapter 2, the Holy Tablet. And as Marshall said, we'll delve into the science of hadiths and why we don't accept hadiths. Yeah. So yeah. Just wait a minute. Wait. I know it's early still, 10:30, so I'm not expecting everybody to be up and Adam. You know what I mean? Yeah, New Testament. Yeah, New Testament is hadith, but that's another story. You know what I mean? Council of Nice Ears. Big up yourself, my brother. You know what I mean? Big up yourself. You know what I mean? We're going, oof. Yeah, you're going to like this one. You're going to like this one. This one will be juicy. You get me? This is right up your street, my brother. Right up. You get me? When it comes to information, this is right up your street. This explains a lot. This explains why some people have names that they have out here. You get me? We start getting into subatomic particles, 9 ether, triple darkness. Why does Maku keep saying these things? Why does he talk about the circle and the dot? Why? Why is he out there, not here? He's out there, here. Levels, fam, levels. 720, baby, 720. Is this a false claim? Is this just, you know, to get people to view in and numbers or whatever, you know what I mean? These claims that Sniper been making from the beginning. You know what I mean? All are based in degrees of knowledge. You know what I'm saying? So how much degrees do you have? You know what I'm saying? And we ain't talking masonry. We're talking information. You know? So yeah. Big up my brother Grassler in his house. You get me? Feel free to the link is in the description. You get me? Cause we gonna have a question and answer. You get me? Big up my brother Anonymous. Come on. Jeez. Yeah, now. Hugh, man. You get me? Rahu is back. That's what we say. Rahu back. Rahu is back. I'm back, man. I'm back. You get me? In his original form. You get me? So, no playing today. Let's get it. Let's get it. Come on. Get me? Yeah, man. Information. What about affirmation? I deal with information, affirmation. Ooh. Sometimes the lines get blurred. Well, I'll be saying something and they'll be like, whoa, Maku, whoa, stop. Start again. Because that was way up. And I'll be like, oh, my bad. That was affirmation. I was telling you affirmation when I should have been telling you information. Depends. Just conversation, but yeah. My bad sometimes. Yeah, because there's some things that need to be said and some things that shouldn't be said. This is why we had schools in the first place. You know what I'm saying? Information is free, yeah, but it's not for everybody. You get what I'm saying? But what about information? What about the stuff they definitely don't tell you about? That would make sense of all of what you're thinking about. Maybe I'm thinking this, or maybe because of that, or maybe you never thought outside of that. Like the simple question we always ask: what color is the wall right now? What color is your wall? Simple question. What color is your wall? Yeah. Like on the surface, you would say, oh, it's magnolia, it's thing, it's this, it's that, it's that. Is that what color is the wall? You know what I mean? Not what color is the paint, what color is the wallpaper, what color is the wall? This is simple. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. You know what I mean? Let them know, bro. You know what I mean? A life of minimal stress. Life is stressful, yeah, most definitely, but minimal stress, whew, we get by. You get me? So yeah, why? Before we get into this info, you get me? Just have a little chat and do that. But you know what I mean, wait for some more people to come in. You know what I mean? We're like class to be in session, class to be in session. We like all the pupils to be on site. All the pupils to go get the late pupils. Yeah, they're late. You get me? I'm about to give work. Get me? And I know a lot of the time you just hear it from my mouth. Oh, sniper this, sniper that, sniper this. Okay. The sniper says it. Council says it. You know what I mean? Soil says it. Beefy says it. Captain says it. You know what I'm saying? Jedi says it. Raspik says it. You know what I'm saying? There's a few of us who've been saying these things for a long time, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's just to everybody to make sense of it. This is why people can't fix man to a certain point. Stay still. Let us know who you are, what you are. Like, yeah, boom, this is definitely you. Well, actually, it's not. But it has to be because you're this. But it doesn't have to be because it's not. Yeah. This is why we don't get emotional about information and certain things. You know, the reality of certain things is we definitely used to. Yeah. Come on, man. Come on. Knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. You wonder where they get it from. Come on. You don't know, Captain. Don't know. All these fairies and fables and thing, and people fighting, thing and arguing, and it'd be fitna and thing, and we were told. You know what the text is? Disease and pestilence, corona, Ebola, AIDS, all man-made. This is the wickedness of human beings. Not no any extra force outside of the universe or whatever. Do you get what I'm saying? Martin. Coronavirus, please. Now it's supposedly everywhere. You get me? All right. 12 people in, get me. I shouldn't really keep y'all waiting. You know what I mean? Shouldn't really, but yeah, whatever. Now, plug my thing in. Can you hear me, everybody? Can you hear me, everybody? Can you hear me? Everything should be loud and clear. Right, that's that. Boom, 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 boom. Come. Listening to Oligana right now. All right. I am going to share my screen. Make sure it's audio. Big up my brother Hassan 94 who put this together rather than me going over it and talking. Get me, that's what I would just let you know. Hear for yourselves. Introduction to the Holy Tablets. Sorry about that. Yeah. I press on. Yeah. I said, rather than me going on all the time, I'm going to give you an introduction. So, Holy Tablets, something my brother 94. I saw 94, his channel. If you see it, like and subscribe and all that. Yeah, but this is just for educational purposes. We are using this video. Right, so please sit down, get your papers and pens out. Let's go.
So, welcome to Thick by the master teacher Baba Yanun, one of his great works, the Holy Tablets. Introduction.
It seems it needs more time. Look, I have video cutting out. Makes much sense. Not me. Not me. But yeah, big up everybody. I'll see you at the moment, but yeah, I'm sure you got settling. A little bit more juice. I really had no covers. Okay, let's try again.
A personal note from the receiver. I call you to words bestowed upon
Come on.
those who guide my higher self, I could not have done the works of it. For a host,
Come on. This has been
for a host of great leaders such as Dusi Ali, Muhammad, Al-Hajj Dawood Faisal, Clarence Jawa Smith, Clifton E. March, Noble Drew Ali, Marcus Garvey, to name a few, who have all contributed to the upliftment of the fallen and trodden over, and much abused Nuwaubian Moors. Many newsletters, books, and newspapers have written, yet the conditions of the Nuwaubians have not changed. As the saying goes, Allah does not help a people until they help themselves. It's time for you to get up and do something for yourselves. This is the scripture inspired that will bring a long overdue change, like the phoenix bird rising from its ashes. People come forth like Lazarus from the tomb. This tablet is food to feed the hunger and to nourish the soul, to give it strength. Rise up, stand up, be counted amongst the people of this world.
Come on. You can do it. You can do it. Hey, don't be a bitch.
Will restore the savor to the soul, that you may spice the whole world, that you may taste the sweet savor, and that you may spice up the lives of all that you come in contact with. For in these tablets is no doubt. It's the true guidance that you can be sure of. But only those with an inner ear will be able to hear the voice of our Heavenly Father calling to His children to gather on the holy Kodesh, the golden city of Wanahi, and sit at the feet of His Son, the Lamb, that has been transformed into the Lion, Tammuz, as known to many as HaMashiach, the true Messiah, when He returns, as heralded by the receipt of this most holy text, the holy tablets, Naya Malachi Zadok El. This holy scripture is needed. The holy tablets come from the ancient original tablets in cuneiform. Later borrowed form which became the Holy Bible, which yielded many scriptures, old as well as new, and even later the Holy Quran. This is by far the greatest of all, for it contains all they were trying to express, but couldn't because they didn't have the whole truth and all the facts. Look at the world today, when human beings and angelic beings alike no longer have an effect on the minds and souls of the people on the planet such as this one. Then Anu, who is Elion El, the Most High, called by Arabs Al-Ali, the Most High, and its 36 number of the 99 best names of Allah, the Source, brings into being a supreme being referred to as a Zadok, or one of the Anunakai Alahum, and endows this being an Ilah Mutajasid, an avatar, with the right knowledge, right understanding. We are at such a time now, and the answers are to be found within the pages of the Holy Tablets, also called the Book of the Lamb. Many leaders and teachers claim to be your saviors, but all use just the same books, Bibles, or books written thousands of years before their time, outdated information. But you need your history renewed by a renewer, a reformer, an El Mutadud, not the 1400-year-old interpretation of the Quran, or the 4,000-year-old interpretation of the Torah, or the 2,000-year-old interpretation of the New Testament called the Bible. Not to mention all the misleaders who have come along and made up their own interpretations to mislead you. Well, the time has come for that renewer, and this is it. He has renewed El's Holy Torah, El's Holy Injil, El's Holy Sabur, El's Holy Quran, the Holy Quran, Circle 7, the Moorish Holy Temple of Science, the Problem Book of the Poor Righteous Teachers of this planet, the Egyptian Book of the Dead, Coming Forth by Day, and more. He has translated from the original tongues for you, and that you may be renewed. Let's see what a Muslim would say. Muhammad is the last and greatest, or the seal of the prophets, and the Quran is the last scriptures. But this can't be true. Just look at the very condition of the planet Earth and the state of its inhabitants. I have prophesied many things in the many books that I have put forth, and they have all come to pass thus far. And I have foretold even more events that would come unto this world, they shall also come to pass. You will find in the many books that I have set the record straight. All of these prophecies should tell you that the Arabic Quran that they have today is not the final message of salvation. Just look at the Muslim world divided against itself. The Quran, which was revealed in the year 610, over 1400 years ago, called Al-Quran, and its author, Mustafa Muhammad Al-Amin, who died in the year 632 AD from poison in his food. Its message has not put an end to the evil that plagued the world. In fact, it caused more wars and evils that's happened because of the Quran and how Muslims have misinterpreted it and what it makes its followers feel about all of us. The Quran and the Bible has failed more than any other books ever written, insofar as by those who claim to follow them to the letter. As for the Hebrew, preach salvation, merely history and geography. So now it's time for a scripture to be revealed in this day and time for a people who are lost but now found. Read the holy tablets and decide for yourself, for the hourglass is almost empty. The holy tablets was divinely inspired after reading the Torah, the Holy Quran, the Ratib, the Book of Light, the Egyptian Book of the Dead, the writings of Confucius, the Book of Buddha, the tablets of Adapa, the tablet of Nergal, and the tablet of Ishtar in Tammuz, and the tablet of Etana, the Adra Hasis, the Akkadian tablets, the Gilgamesh epics, the tablets of Anzu, and the Sumer tablets, and the events and leaders in their teachings that unfolded from those tablets to this present day. You will not only find that what has been revealed to me is without doubt, but it will bring you towards a greater understanding of your inner self. What is behind the words in this text is all that has come through me to bring you to the next level. Why I have been sent to you, in order that you receive this divine revelation, one that has never before been compiled into one text. I am one of those teachers who have come with a message for a people, so gather yourselves and know that within the confines of these pages is the right knowledge, the right wisdom, and the right understanding, which leads to sound right reasoning. Walk with me on the narrow path and take the overdue first step and read with the intent of understanding all that has been given. For in this text there is undisputed truths, which are facts beyond any doubt. This holy tablets will not only lead you to right thinking, it will take you to the next level. It will, if understood, break the spell of ignorance, ignoring the facts, the spell of sleep, the spell of spiritual ignorance and racial blindness. Within these tablets, you may find a similarity to many holy scriptures, such as the Torah, the Injil, the Zabur, the Quran, and many spiritual writings, as well as learned people whose information in these days and times are being forgotten and misused. I have read most of what has been recorded on this planet. Find the truths of their messages necessary for the people on the earth to get a full and complete understanding of the truth. It's no coincidence that these tablets are laced with these messages, for truth is truth, and the walk surpasses their teachers' interpretation. This scripture is a holy scripture, divinely inspired from the spirits who incarnate in the form of prophets, apostles, and sires, who have spoken to my heart and activated my mind to bring me this final revelation. Within its guidance from this to the next world and on. In this world, you must understand that the most authentic and safe means of achieving purity of the soul and contentment of the heart is to devote your time to the remembrance of the All. To know the All is to ponder over the significance of your growth as an individual, and to accustom yourself to the absorption of facts in your mind and heart in perfect faith and awareness. The Holy Tablets affirms that you are all in the All and the All is a part of you. And know this holy tablets that is divinely inspired is to prepare the way for the end. The best course to achieve this end is that you should recite the words within the confines of these pages with zeal and fervor, and develop the habit to study regularly. Study also with devotion and concentration the teachings of our great teacher. This is how it was revealed to me, and this is how I give it unto you. Chapter 1. The Creation. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum, the All. Tablet 1. The epic of creation and before. 19 times 6 equals 114. Hello, my children. Allow me to speak with you, for it is that time again. Every 25,000 years for the renewal of your way of life in the Maku. Let me speak with you of the beginnings of life before and after the knowledge bestowed upon you of your very own creation and making of this planet that you call Earth, and many other planets of which you have no knowledge of. Your soul, that is the emotional you, is about to embark on a journey through time and space within existence, through a time not yet encountered by the behemoth, the human beast, and the humming beings, and the children of the Alahum. The humming being of Hu, created force of will, and Mim, also Mami, meaning the deity of birth, which is another name for Mother Ninti, who gave birth to the mortals. The human beings of Hu, the creative force of will, and Main from the Latin spirits of the dead. Within the confines of this holy tablet, you shall embark on such knowledge which is so clear before this, for you by any. Let me start by telling you about the beings that existed trillions of Earth years ago, before the Precambrian period. Before you, human beings were created in physical form upon the planet Tiamat, now called Earth from the word Iridu. There existed supreme beings of green light, ethereal and sub-supreme beings of the impure amber light, fire. You cannot fully comprehend their beginnings because their time zone is much greater than you and your ability to comprehend at this point. Yet this very tablet which you are holding in your hand will open your eyes to their time zones that are in and beyond space. These supreme beings called the Anunnaki or Material, whose way of life was called Maku, were endowed by El Kalum with a superior overstanding of 720 degrees in all, 360 degrees of spiritual or ethereal state, the circle, and 300 degrees of physical material state, the square. Glory be to the one appointed, who is called in tones Anu, and on earth El Elo, known to many by different titles, and the best of which is known to you as Ansar as Allah, in which he is 360 degrees of the physical world, and the light of this heaven and earth, in which he is also. You should know that eventually the time will come when these supreme beings, the Anunnaki, would have to descend upon earth in order to guide the inhabitants back to their home, in and beyond the stars, thereby helping them to become once again the supreme being, light, ethereal energy that they once were. But first one must be sent to prepare a way, and that one is myself. And so it was, for once humans became rulers of the planet Earth, you gradually forgot that your purpose in life was to gain your way back towards the sustainer, which would be the token home, but instead you became engrossed in your own desires. While in pursuit of physical gratification and material gain, humans forgot the purity with which they were formed. As a result, you have strayed from the original ways of the universe and the spiritual path that led you to your true destiny. Universal right knowledge, right wisdom, and the right overstanding, onward to sound right reasoning called Nuopu. Nuopu informs you that there were three creations: original or primary creation, primus, from premise, first. Before the lightest atom, hydrogen, energies existed as a form of energy existing in the form of gases. 9 levels of them, from quarks to biops to zeals, referred to as subatomic energy. Before weight or the sum of any weights, registering as nothingness, yet existing in light in the first form of existence, hydrogen. Secondary or evolutionary creation, the evolving of existence from density to matter to atoms to cells to organisms to bodies. And tertiary, tertius, from tertius third or ghostational creation, the breath of life, the living soul, the existing conscious being. Primary creation was performed by the 9 ether beings, simply etherans, whose science is no Maku. 9 ether represents birth, conception in a 9, and birth or some total of numbers. There are no numbers actually higher than 9. And what means to convey a message that results in sound right reasoning. So there must be a conveyor and a listener of the message. The message is life, the conveyor is existence. 3 sets of 3 or triple darkness. First set before light, before energy, before matter. Second set before time, before space, before place. Third set before body, before soul, before spirit. 9 ether is the combination of all existing gases of nature. Nothing anywhere can be as powerful as all the existing gases. On Earth, these gases are known as radon, Rn, with an atomic number of 26, xenon, Xe, with an atomic number of 54, krypton, Kr, with an atomic number of 36, argon, Ar, with an atomic number of 18, neon, Ne, with an atomic number of 10, and helium, He, with an atomic number of 2. These are also called the noble gases on a periodic or elemental chart on the physical chart. However, on the ethereal chart they are listed as E2, E10, E18, E26, E36 and E54. And note the word element and elementum, first principle, rudiment, beginning, used as elementary, the beginning without importance as of yet. Therefore, 9 ether is the most potent power in all the boundless universes. 9 ether is the original creator who grew all the universes. 9 ether beings utilize the forces that yield energy, versing energy into one form, the universe. Meaning unity from use one, verta, to turn a spiral, spiraling outward from a single point. Creation from the word creator, to bring forth, create, grow, whose growth into form or system, destruction means change in form or composition. 9 ether is conscious and conscience gases. The Melanites, the original woolly-haired, dark-skinned Mers or Moors, came along with the original creation. That is the same kind of ether forces that grew the universe. As nature was growing, these Melanites were part of the original growth. Melanin grew with the original creation. To come along with the thing is to grow with or within it. 6 ether are 9 points from ether 1 into darkness. The Melanites manifest from point 1 in hydrogen on into 9 elements, the 8th being oxygen for life. The dot, nugget, is the point of origin of things, the first sun. Therefore, the Melanites and their evolutionary descendants are the personification of the original creative forces, Q, 7 in all. As the 7 species of Riskins, you have 7 species of Melanites or Milwarpians, called Negroids, and you have 3 species of Mongoloids and 2 species of Caucasoid, all growing out of the original Milwarpians. Simply, these Melanites created the universes in their peripheral form. 9 ether then personified themselves as flesh and blood beings. They became human beings from atoms to atom. There are 2 kinds of ether, 9 ether and 6 ether in human form. 9 ether Negroid produce 6 ether Caucasoid, and 6 ether produce ghost, death, not to be mistaken with the ethers of hair that range from 6, 7, 8 and 9 in hair texture, from flat to hollow to round. 9 ether will become 6 ether through time and age, die. 6 ether becomes ghost through time and age. 6 ether albino is 9 ether Warpians in death, and ghost is the death of 6 ether. After the death of 6 ether, 9 ether resurrects again. 6 ether is the moon and 9 ether is the sun. Hence, 6 ether is adverse to 9 ether, just as death is adverse to life. All this takes place within the all. It was then that the true force of the universe personified those supreme beings, the original Melanites, dark-skinned, woolly-haired Moors, personified by both sound and electric energy. both positive and negative electro, from the modern Latin in resembling amber, being negative, and magnetic from the Latin magnetic being positive, light or the Illuminati being electro, and the light spectrum being magnetism. The cosmic ray for emerald being from 001 nanometer, nana equals the deity sin, meter equals mother or meta in tones, meta meaning matter or material, formed to 99,000 miles. Nanometer is the modern term used, preferred over angstrom, used in measuring visible light. 1 nanometer is 10 to the 9 1 billionth of a meter and is equal to 1 angstrom, being a unit of length equal to 100 millionth of a centimeter, used especially to specify radiation wavelengths. After Anders Jonas Angstrom, a Swedish astronomer and physicist, light is defined by wavelengths, which is the measure of the distance from one peak or top of a wave of light or energy to another. Cosmic rays being the shortest and the longest being electric power. Between the two are gamma rays, which is electronic radiation sent from radioactive decay, ranging from 10,000 to 10 million electron volts. X-rays, which is a relatively high energy photon or amount of electronic energy used for penetration power. Also, ultraviolet light rays, which are a range of invisible radiation ranging from 4 nanometers to 380 nanometers, just beyond the color violet in the visible spectrum. Infrared light rays, a range of invisible radiation bordering along microwaves about 750 nanometers. Microwaves are high-frequency electromagnetic waves measuring 1 millimeter to 1 meter in length. Television waves, the transferring of visual images and sound using electromagnetic waves with the reconversion of received waves into visual images. Radio waves are wireless transmissions through space with a frequency of 10 kilohertz to 300,000 megahertz. And electric power come from the reaction of attraction and repulsion of unlike and alike proton and electrons. Television waves and radio waves are also forms of light laser. There is also the visible spectrum, which runs from 400 nanometers to 700 nanometers in wavelength. Nanometers being 1 billionth of a meter, from the word nana, the Sumerian deity Sin, and meter from the Greek metron, meaning light thrown through a prism or a medium that represents whatever is seen through it, used to separate white light coming from the Latin prisma, from the Greek prisma, things sawed off, prism, from praying, prism, to saw. The light becomes 6 colors, yellow, blue, red, green, orange, and purple. Light in its spheric form is at its atomic level. When you see full spectrum light in the physical state, it manifests as blackness. All light and color combined are blackness, and the manifestation of the solid form of light is melanin. Thus, they manifested from the growing of wisdom to this meager place. This is how the events of creation and pre-creation were recorded, when life existed in and beyond the stars. The all is, was, and will be, felt with love, a divine love that is unknown or felt by those disagreeable beings, and thus emotions were. At the first birth of emotion, things gradually began to move about, and it was then that movement and motion were conceived out of triple darkness, for the light birthed chaos. Thus, the motion to create did manifest in existence, and all that exists within the all. Thus, things became what they were to become known as, before they existed, or what they would exist as. This is true caring. If you say you love Anu, then why do you not have faith in Anu? There's also elements called in rhythm Allah by the Muslims, meaning ones who are of peace. Be on your guard, for they have been invaded by the disagreeable one's children as well. Anu is also called Yahweh by the Hebrews, Theos by the Christians, and God by many others. He was appointed by the All as your caretaker. Anu appointed one of the Yahwehs called Tammuz, son of Ishtar or Inanna, daughter of Nana Sin, also called Isis or Aset, also called Astarte, Ashtaroth, the Thigrian Sybil, and Kali. This Tammuz was also called in tones Horus, Theos, Yeshua, Isa, Jesus, Christos, a son of the Muzi, who is also called Osiris, Usir, Dion, Eushidist, and Eli, and the Abba of Tammuz, or Obatala, the Heavenly Father, son of the Heavenly One Anu. Thus it is said of Tammuz, then the Enoshites began to call upon the name of Yahweh. If you say you have faith by way of him, who is your caretaker Anu, who appointed Yeshua HaMashiach, called Isa, Jesus, and Tammuz, why do you not trust him? For it is Anu, also called El, that is trustworthy. If you say you love him, why do you not strive towards him? And if you say you are sensible, then why do you not tremble at the mention of Anu? Surely it is Anu who has been appointed your caretaker, and has appointed the anointed one, and Yahuwah called Tammuz, from which the door at the gate of Yahuwah, the women of that house wept for Tammuz. This is merely one of the many houses of Yahuwah. This is recorded in the scripture of Ezekiel, 8th degree, the 14th verse. This appointment of Anu was done by the All, within the All. For as Anu became who he is, it had to be in accordance with the will of all, and the appointment of the anointer was done by Anu, both being Yahweh was in the All. It is he, Anu, who has transformed from ether into a flesh-embodied being, and then returns at will to ether. He was an appointed El Elah, Allah, who saw the confusion which was caused by the fusion of emotions. The collision of emotions in this solar system came into being as time passed. It became known emotionally as that which is the right to do and that which is the wrong to do. Those who agree and those who disagree, the actor is good and the actor is evil. Thus, the birth of will is the beginning of confusion. Confusion arose, and this somberness, a dull feeling, was felt in his, Anu's heart. Out of divine love and great concern, with compassion and caring, he began to call out and ordered all the blessed and chosen children of the All, the Ephraimites, who incarnated into the form of the Anunnaki, which is known to many as Alahum or Natiru, as known to the ancient Egyptians. He ordered them to incarnate in his spirit, with the responsibilities for this now desolate solar system. It was here that life of all kinds and spiritual beings lived and thrived. Those extraterrestrials, the sky dwellers, who came to this planet, be they extraterrestrials, Anunnaki, Natiru, Alahum, angelic beings, or be they of the terrestrial, that is this planet Earth, the land dwellers, and even those beings who came to the land from the deep sea, and all the species of all that were agreeable people and disagreeable people, who did tread to and fro on the earth's surface, the ground, and swarm in the seas and flew in the skies, of this planet Ki, now called Earth, from the word Iridu. But by the disorder of these disagreeable species was destruction caused by meteorites, which are large pieces of debris that enter the atmosphere and reaches the ground, and that caused the light of the sun to be blocked by dust clouds. Meteorites are chips of asteroids that can be rock or metal. The daylight had gone where pure light once was, and no light reigned. Void was upon the surface of the deep. Ordering his spirit beings to hover at the surface of the deep, while the Great Spirit prepared for the reconstruction of this now desolate place. It was to be a great replenishing, yet not without fault, for life does dwell beneath the deep. The greatest variety of organism lives beneath the deep seas of the planet Tiamat. These sea waters make up 85% of all water on the earth. Under this vast watery surface are the tallest peaks and the deepest valleys in the planet. Seawater is really pure water in which compounds have been dissolved. Salts account for most of these dissolved substances, and the total amount of salts dissolved in seawater is known as salinity, from the Latin word salinus, from sal, meaning salt. A rejuvenation and another chance was in the heart and mind of the Most Holy Spirit. So one was selected from amongst the many to be guardian over these beings, to be born to be El Rahamor, the merciful, and El Ramon, the yielder. El Hakam, he who is wise. El Gedush, he who is holy. El Yataf, he who is kind, and he who is the establisher of peace, he who is the peace, El Salam, and the one and only sustainer of the solar system, soon to become the tri-solar system in the preparation for the elders' arrival. The other suns are already on their way. One such brighter light or star, about 25,000 light years from Earth, has been seen in the direction of Sagittarius constellation, being named the Pistol Star. which cannot be seen with the naked eye because of the dust clouds which absorb the visible light of stars. This sun is 10 million times as bright as the sun already existing in this solar system. And when my soul has spoken unto me and has confirmed in my heart and mind, glory be to El Sagur, the patient, Selah. Glory be to the kind, El Lataf. Glory be to Anu, he who is the giver, El Nafand. Glory be to the endower, El Wahab. Glory be to he who is the bestower, El Manah. Glory be to he who is the healer, El Shafay. Glory be to the first, El Wah. Glory be to the honor, El Ma'uz. Glory be to the supporter, El Tamur. Glory be to Anu, he who is the sufficient. Glory be to Elion El, he who is the protector. Glory to El he who is the embracer, and glory be to the helper, and glory be to the one, El Wahed. Glory be to the only one, and glory be to the encourager, El Sajur. Glory be to the benefactor, El Manud. Glory be to the enduring, El Badai. Glory be to the uplifter, El Refor. Glory be to the light, El Nawar. Glory be to El Yahuwah, he who is the beneficent, El Jalal. Selah. Glory be to the supreme, El Azum. Glory be to the evident, El Zahor. Being one of the Anunnaki, he is called Anu, the source, who is the son of Ansha and Kishar, the chosen son of the faithful, El Amur. O Anunnaki, he who has descended into and around me, guide me in all that I do. Help me that I may help all Hamims. Let me speak from your head and not my own. Let me care from your heart and not from my own. Let me see from your eyes and not see from my own. I, Melchizedek, known in tones as Yanun and El Kut, Al Sayyidek, Asa Al Hadi Ad Mabdik, Amanu Bi Rakata, only Yeshua Bar El Hadi, who is the Maku Nai Malachi Zadok El of today. I am to serve, not rule. Make me of your best of servants. I am sent to fix that which is broken. I incarnate from time to time for those who are in need of my presence in the flesh. I am an Anunnaki, an avatar, or an Ilalat, who you would simply call and know as an angelic being.
Boom. Lesson 1. You get me? All right. Boom, 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 boom. Yes, sir.
Greetings, Yasar. Welcome to another Sabian Classic.
All right. Well, now. No. Was it echoing? No, there's something else playing in the background or something. But yeah. But yeah, go on. What, you want to ask a question or something? Or what? Yeah. So it's an easier breakdown with images and stuff, isn't it? Get me. So yeah, let me get back to the thing. And if you want to jump on, man. You get me? Yeah. All right. Big up. Yeah. All right, that was part 1. You get me? Big up my light belly. You get me? Big up the women and children. You get me? That was part 1, yeah, the introduction and chapter 1 of the Holy Tablets. As you can see, went into deep science. You get me? Into deep science. It went peak, innit? It was peak, innit? So, let's go, man. You get me? I want to know if anyone's got any questions. You get me? The things in the description, the link is in the description. I beg you, come on. And Yeah, you can question me on that first part. Get me if you can remember any parts of it. But I'm sure I won't get much. Give me 2 seconds. Yes. We come back. Big up Uncle T. What's going on? Almost one body. Big up yourself. You get me? So what's going on? Talk to me. You get me? What is your most liked chapter in the Holy section in the tablets? It could be the human soul. Yeah, human soul, I think. Or the human beast. Or the epic, I think the epic of creation. Because it took me a couple of years to get through that. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of information to take in about subatomic particles and all of that type of stuff. So I had to go and study just the first bit. You know what I mean? They're talking about triple darkness, quartz, zools, and biaps. I had to, what? I was like, what? No, hell no. Let me go. You know what I'm saying? Do the research. You know what I mean? Do the research of what your ancestors said. This is not what the man's saying, you know. A man's only translating what's already there. So there's no creation by this individual. He's just a linguist and a translator and able to translate that thing there. Gangster. Do you get what I'm saying? It is what it is. So that's why we say we deal with the information. We don't deal with the individual. Like, that's a mad thing. Who does that? Who's this? Hello? Hello? Oh, it's muted. Hello? Who's there, man? Show your camera, man. See what's going on, man. Oh, you run away quick. Okay. Okay. Who's next? Who's next? Am I so scary, man? Come on, man. You know what I'm saying? Just trying to be the team, man. Just trying to be the team. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. And why? Oh, it tells you about yourself, doesn't it? And the construction of yourself and what goes into making you up and all of that type of thing. It's a lot, bro. Everything is a lot. Yeah, man. Oh, it's you, bro. What, you stuck? You couldn't get on. There was no sound coming from your thing. Stacks. Try again. Get me. But yeah, boy, there was some, not really shots fired, but kind of like thing to try, as I said, to try and explain all of what we know now. You get what I'm saying? And that's only chapter 1. I'm gonna come with chapter 2 in a minute. You know what I'm saying? Right. We're just trying to analyze chapter 1 at the moment. But yeah, you get me? We're dealing with elements and all sorts, as I said, outside the realms of what we know. Do you get what I'm saying? It's a lot. I mean, scientists are only just discovering some of this information in the modern times. You get me? But I'm saying, like, that's 20, 30 years ago information. You get what I'm saying? And you're like, raw, what? No, hell no. That's what they were talking about then. Look what they're talking about now. They only just reached there with the Hadron Collider and all that. You get what I'm saying? And talk about the God particle and the Higgs boson and all of that. That's all related to the same thing. The circle and the dot, which the Egyptians was already telling you about. So when they tell you about, oh, was Africans studying subatomic particles and blah, 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 no way, then more fool you, because you just don't know information. That was standard for us. And how we broke it down for stupid people, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So hang out. Hang out. Man, no man, I pay money for my StreamYard still. You get me? I have to do what I'm doing. I don't know about that. That might be your phone, man. It doesn't really respond well to phone sometimes. So you have to go on your PC or your tablet or your, yeah, one of them ones. You know what I mean? Not all phones take the thing properly. You get me? What is the Nuwapian and Nuwabian? I think Nuwabian is the original state of the original thing of what we were, and Nuwapian is just something that is like later, a later edition of the same thing. You know what I'm saying? There's a difference between the B and the P. There most definitely is. You get me? I'm a Nuwabian, as you can see, and there's Nuwapians and there's Sabians. So just names and titles. The original Nuwapu is original what we all are. You get what I'm saying? So, you know, that's the main focus of it. Like you can be whatever else you want to be, you know what I mean? But in reality, that's one of the titles that we all have. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's just that. You know what I mean? Ooh, you get mad with stacks. Get mad with stacks. No, he's gonna learn. You get me? He's gonna learn. Big up Ezra. Shalom. Get me? Anytime, man, you come on, ask me some questions about that information, or do we all agree? And should we just move on to the next chapter? I doubt it. I doubt it. There's got to be some doubters. There's got to be some anti-chemic or anti-universe or anti-ancestors people up in here. There must be. No? Are we all in agreement? You know what I'm saying? About the information. Are we all in agreement? Is it just that? Because I don't know. I can't just sit here and do it. It's a lot. Yeah. The Sabians are related, definitely. It's just them with a different name nowadays. There's different factions of the same people. You know what I'm saying? Some still call themselves Nuwapian Nation of Moors. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a different thing. Some still call themselves Ansars. You get me? So yeah, there's different ways of thought or thinking. That's why it's not a religion or anything of that. It's just information. Once you know about yourself and where your origin, and you know for Black people, this is very difficult. We have been stripped of all that information. So when someone comes and gives us it, assassinate you, assassinate your character. Do you get what I'm saying? Now we can't find the individual. Now these books, try and buy one on Amazon. £15,000, really, just for a book. Well, it's what's in the book. Oh, this book, admissible in court. It's what's in the book. You get what I'm saying? It's only the information of the ancient texts correctly translated. That's it. So whether it's international law or whatever law you want to use, you can run in the court with this and say, listen, I can prove that you don't have the authority to make certain claims over me and blah, blah, blah. Why? Because I'm more, and you just an albino. What does it say? It says it in your book. It says it in this book, obviously, which is the progenitor to your book. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's going to be in here, and it's going to be in your book as well. Telling you who's cursed, telling you who's this, telling you who's that, and blah, blah, blah. And who has the right to what? Do you know what I'm saying? Are you Israel? Are you this? Are you what? What are you? Do you get what I'm saying? Because we know what we are. Do you know what I'm saying? Because we studied the information correctly now. So we're like, okay. But we ain't even there yet. We ain't even going down to the mortal realm of, yeah, who we are and da-da-da. We still dealing with the elements and the sources of what it is. You know, when they're arguing about the Xeon and the thing and the triple darkness and the ethers and the hair follicles and the thing, we done this already, yes. We killed it already. This is why you know that, Mike, this is long time, you know, for me. Because this is what we just read was just the introduction, yeah? And the first chapter. So the introduction was what was being said and where it came from, and the texts came from the books of Confucius, the Quran, and all of these, you know, all the ancient texts. So when people ask me, oh, where'd you get your information from? Where'd you get your information from? It's not something that's not out there. It's out there. All information is out there. But a lot of the time we're taking certain man's interpretation who only doing it to benefit themselves anyway. Or if they do find truth in it, they're trying to cover it up, to uncover discovery. You know what I'm saying? Because they're the babies on the planet. They want to know everything that happened before they were even created. That's it. We can tell you, but you don't want to ask us. You want to disrespect us instead of letting the teachers teach. And the teacher is a father, and the father is, you get me? Like, it just goes on and on and on and on and on. You get me? But we always dealt with learning and education because and the study of science and nature. You know what I'm saying? We use nature. We use science to study nature. We didn't have a religion. You get me? We just deal with facts based on facts. That's what the ancestors did. They had different sciences and different things and different, you know. Stops all the head scratching and where do we come from? What's our origin? I'm confused. Did we come from this? Oh, we're Israelites. Oh, we're this. Oh, we're that. But you're a lot more than that. That's why a man can sit there and claim to be a lot more than that ghost station. So you get me? You know what I mean? Like, yo, primary creation. I loved all that. You know what I'm saying? Because I felt I was a scientist. When I tried to buy this book, the man said I had to be a scientist to buy the book. I was like, yeah, I can do that. I went to school. I got a decent education. You get me? Like, give me that shit. Give me buy that book. You know what I mean? Not to know that this book was going to change man's perception on how I absorbed information. Because a lot of the information I knew already, and I'm reading things and it's just matching up and correcting or just, you know, slight adjustments to my thinking anyway. And then I just go on that, and then I don't believe that. I still research that to just confirm that my feelings and my intuition are working correctly. You get what I'm saying? So you know when something's correct because you feel it. You get me? And you've done the necessary research and thing to, you know what I mean, to sustain it. So yeah, it's crazy. So, part 2 is going to blow your mind then. Chapter 2 is going to blow your mind then. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, these are the things that we study and learn very quickly and very, you know, this is not like a overnight thing. We learn it in one day and we read it in one day, but we have to spend again time to go back into it and research it and all sorts. And what's all this Xeons and what's the lightest thing before the lightest thing is hydrogen before hydrogen, and you know, I had to work all these things out and go and do the research on it. And let me see if this guy's chatting shit. Well, it's not this guy, it's really our ancestors. So I'm saying, is our ancestors chatting shit? You know what I'm saying? And I've come to the conclusion that our ancestors didn't even conceive of chatting shit or chatting bullshit. So that was definitely a wake up call and a realization. You get me, to certain things. And then when you go into certain things and you hear, man, if you're doing all that, we're talking about subatomic and all of that. And when it comes to genetics, is that going to be difficult? It's not going to be difficult. If there are beings in the universe that's older than here, and you know, come here and, you know, seed life on the planet. How is that so difficult to conceive? People just thinking people just coming out the ground or what? Doesn't work that way. Obviously, you know what I mean? We're here. So it showed that that doesn't work that way. Yeah, man. Everybody's still active, man. And Salah is a metaphysical thing and a physical thing as well. You know what I mean? But yeah, there are some New Arabians who still are just vehement Muslims, and that's it. They just don't want to know anything else. You know what I'm saying? They didn't graduate to the next school of thought. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they didn't graduate to the next school of thought. So, you know what I mean? There was more to it. So when you was at Ansar Allah, you know what I mean? And then you was to go on to the Kemet stuff. Someone's like, stuff for Allah, I'm not on it. Cool, that's no problem. You get what I'm saying? But you're just going to be there, and you're just going to be there doing that thing and waiting for the end and all of that type of stuff. So you can't just be stuck and fixed. Well, you can, but you know, variety is the spice of life. You're supposed to, you know, try and obtain more knowledge. That's only going to be a morsel for someone like me. See what I'm saying? Went through it, went through the levels, went through the schools, went through the thing, went through the, you know. Okay, on to the next one. What's next? What's next? What's next? I want to know more. I want to know more. I want to know more. You know what I mean? It was that thirst for knowledge. So, you know, I've obtained what I needed to obtain for real, and there's always still more to learn. So, you know, you can just go on and on and on and on forever. On and on and on. As it's supposed to. Otherwise, I don't see the point in living if you can learn everything that ever existed or ever was. You know what I mean? But someone's coming to give you like at least 25,000 of it. You get me? Talking about stuff trillions of years old. You know what I mean? So it just throws a lot of things out of sync, man. All this 6,000 years creation and all of that. It's all nonsense. You know what I mean? All based on useless science that's is stolen information of the ancestors. And it takes thousands of years for man to work it out. That's all that's happened with this information. It's taken thousands of years to work it out. Right, let me go for part two. Right, I'm gonna take the speaker out so it doesn't echo. I said it was echoing, so get rid of that.
Chapter 1, The Creation.
Right. Captain. Come on, Captain, come in. Jump in, mate. Jump in before I put on the next video. Next part two. Part two's coming. Yeah, man. Part two is coming. Look at me. Y'all gonna learn today. Hope you're taking notes. Yeah, hope y'all was taking notes out there, boy. Xeon, ion, electrons, neon. Yeah, tell council of nice ears, man. This is right up your street, bro. Right up your street. Anonymous as well, man. Done now. Yeah, as I said, you see all the words being broken down. That's how we're served information. Now the link's in the description, bro. No need to send a link and anything there. You get me? There's an advanced thing. You get me, Captain? And I see it. Ancient ancestor knowledge and anything there. You get me?
Oh no. Thank you.
Honor, Captain. Big up yourself.
Thank you
Jeez.
very much.
Man's got that ank. Man's got how you get that ank on the cat? How you get that?
No, I'm off out, kid. I'm off out doing a little work. Bless everyone. Big up everybody in the chat, and I'm honored for the invitation to come up. So let me mute my mic and let you continue.
No, man. But yeah, few stories in there definitely, but it's not imperative, and it's definitely based on a true story. Though. You know what I'm saying? Species and beings and things that we can't even fathom, but we have evidence for. You know what I'm saying? Because you see the other parts of it, like people who live now. So, like, bruh, I don't know what to tell you, bros. You know what I mean? It's very shocking to me when I found out these things were definitely true. These beings actually exist. I've seen some of these beings walking up and down. People ain't even noticed. You know what I mean? Halflings walking around. You know what I mean? I've seen half a man before. You ever seen half a man? The man's just thin, like, bro, that's not human. But man are just, oh, he might have a disfigurement or he might have a thing. That's a fucking alien right there. What are you talking about? Do you know what I'm saying? Because they come in human form, you're not gonna know. Who told you aliens look who look fucked up? Who told you that? They told you that. They never told you aliens look smooth. Aliens look Indian. You know what I'm saying? Aliens look African.
You know
Aliens
what?
look
The
Nordic. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't tell you these things.
Maku,
But
the only one reported extraterrestrial was that guy from Venus who was reportedly visited America.
oh
What's it called?
yes,
Remember there was a
Valiant 4.
meeting with Eisenhower,
Yeah,
yeah?
Valiant
Remember there
4.
was a meeting with Eisenhower. There was
Mhm.
different beings tried to link up with the US government and they couldn't handle the predator beings and none of that. So a guy came in human form, yeah, looked like an original Aryan, yeah, came in, they called him something called, you can research it, something
No, his
they
name
called
is
something like,
Valiant. His name is
yeah,
Valiant 4, Captain.
wicked. Remember,
Valiant. Yeah.
Valiant 4 could speak all language. He had he had information about the problems of our future energy supplies and everything. Yeah, he was actually trying to he actually gave them the knowledge about atomic weapons and all of that. And what a lot of people don't understand that the U.S. government's old secret policy around it is that a lot of these weapons what they are using today came from that, and this was all back in 1940s and the 50s. Yeah, from from the 50s, these meetings started to occur. So today, if these meetings is still happening, what the fuck is really going on this planet? What's this corona about? And everything else. Ain't these diseases what we could say beings that gave these scientists the information for? Because there's a lot of diseases what was explained in our books many years ago, Maku. Not like in the tablets and that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that
That's fact.
these beings came with this type of technology.
Yeah. 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 There's there. There's there. I mean, pestilence and disease, as we know now, is man-made. You know what I'm saying? If man can make them, if man can make Corona, man can make Ebola, man can make AIDS, man have got pattern for all of them. Look it up. It's just basic.
Smallpox.
You know, like everything, like anything that's got a pattern, yeah, is not made by nature. There are diseases that come from nature, but those diseases come from revenants of beings that existed before you existed. So there are going to be things that could come out from out of the ground that you've never heard of. Something you've never heard of, because that species has been in the ground or whatever from God knows. Do you get what I'm saying? And now you've
And
just
you know the funniest thing, there's a lot when we look at the world map, there's a lot of islands and countries not even there.
true.
You know where I'm coming from.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
remember that this is the problem with Hollywood and all of that. They beat us to a punch, meaning that they came out with certain like the reason why people would take extraterrestrials and stuff for a joke is because of lot of the films what came out during like the sci-fi films, all of that lot come out. So it just they beat us to the punch. They made sure that if you did see a extra, or I should say, a more like a unidentified object or something, they'll just outrule you as nuts. So there's a lot of things we don't know on a day-to-day basis, what we need to learn. Because this earth is a lot more so-called mystical than you could ever believe. Yo, Maku, man. Big up.
As I said, you got to look up Valiant 4. Yeah, and that's 4 as in Thor'Sday, as in 4 with the hammer. You know what I mean? Valiant 4. So look that up, council, and get back to man. You get me? That'll keep you and going for a little while still. Or Al Bailick. Al Bailick is the one that you need to look into. You get me? But when we're talking about aliens and looking human and coming to visit presidents and that, definitely Valiant 4 is top of the list. You know what I'm saying? Looking normal.
But here's the question then, yeah? Who are the real extraterrestrials? Because throughout your scriptures, this God came down and created man and all of this stuff. And at when we talk about this is the whole problem now. When we talk about 666, 999, the strands of our hair, the melanin, and all other things, we have to look in ourselves and ask ourselves: Are we the extraterrestrials? Because I see human beings don't have our texture of hair, Maku, and and some of us have that. Like in many parts of Africa, I shouldn't say Africa. Many parts of our own people.
Hold on, one second. Valiant is valiant, not valiant.
Yeah, valiant. Not valiant. What you use as drugs. No, council. I didn't say it this time. Yeah, council. I didn't say value. Maku said it. No,
like a knight. A knight is valiant, isn't it?
Yeah, but when it's spelled like VAAL, Thor.
VAAALANT.
Yeah. Yeah, look him up, man.
Yeah. That's right. Go on, tell him anonymous. Simple. Right, yes. So Valiant 4, that's how it's
spelled. Yeah, Valiant.
But I like the value, you know. I like the value.
No, council's watching my words. Council's watching my words. Yeah, he thought I said it. Big up, council. But yeah, look him up though. Because see that guy though, Valiant Ford. See that guy, Valiant Ford, Maku. I think remember they made that film called The End of the World where they bought that robot. Do you remember that robot come and the man came in the craft?
Oh, which one?
The old series, the original one.
Oh, yeah. But remember that the craft came out of the ground.
Yeah,
the man came out of the sky, but the craft came out of the ground. Meaning it was always.
But you remember the original one, though?
Yep, the original one. Yep, yeah, I remember that.
The black and white one. Well, not really. Valiant Ford. Valiant Ford.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, but like the Manhattan Project, and that's a film.
And the Philadelphia Experiment.
Yeah, Philadelphia Experiment. That's a film. That's a film, boy. I'm sorry. Kirk Douglas is in it. You hear me? Kirk Douglas is in that movie. Hey, bro. I'm like, Rob, how come I never saw this movie before? You hear me?
Now, what they did, they made it like a small budget so people can't really see the facts in that film there. Because certain films they could make, like The Matrix, where they put so much money in it, even you will think they can make it think it's like it's so real, they'll make it like a fantasy. Just to trick your mind. Most of the films is just nowadays is just telling us what's been going on. Yo, your thing's frozen up. Yeah.
My thing ain't frozen. That might be you, Captain.
No, no, it's the weather down here, man. It's bare rain, bro. Bare rain.
I know, man. And down here as well. It's not even good, man. But no worry, we still here. Get me? But yeah, Captain. I played that this morning. I just had to play that to them to let them know the introduction to the Holy Tablets and chapter 1. You get me? Epic of creation. You get me? Triple darkness and everything there. You get me? Court Zul's and Bayats in my raps.
Well, you go and teach them about the 76 trillion light years of information we have.
Don't you think 25,000 is enough for a minute?
Do you know what? I think 10,000 years is enough. Let alone 20 years for some people.
25,000, but it's 76 trillion in origin. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That is the birth of primal creation or original creation. Well, there's no time for primal creation. Everything else comes after.
So Maku, how we gonna do this? Are we gonna do question and answer? Because man, them like council and anonymous, them men is like they know things what they act like they don't know. They know more than what they act like they know. You know? Yeah. Council, man. I know you got some knowledge.
A radiocarbon test. What are you talking about? No. Manhattan Project. No. You're thinking of a movie. The Manhattan Project and the Philadelphia Project are the same thing.
Yeah, they're more authentic.
They never do one. You get me? So they'll do one in Pearl Harbor, and they did one in Manhattan Harbor. You get me? That's all they did. They always do two. Anytime they do an experiment, they do it twice. And it was called Project Invincibility. So let's not go there. You know what I'm saying? Project Invincibility, and then later on to be called Project Blue Book, and then later on to be called the Star Wars Project, and so forth. But originally starting with Nikola Tesla, Dr. Vermeulen, and Einstein.
Listen to this. Yesterday, some also said that Nikola Tesla was Germany. No, he was not. He was Croatian and kidnapped. When the Nazi army went out and kidnapped the scientists, the guys who had the knowledge of technology and that from out Europe, Poland and Croatia and all of those places, Hungary, Nikola Tesla was one of the scientists what got taken. Until the American wanted him. Thank you.
Yeah. You get me? You tell him. Anonymous. I give out holy tablets though. Still, they can't get
around. Anonymous. You know, Anonymous is the type of person. Yeah. If he came live like here now, I bet we know him.
Probably do. But big up Anonymous anyway. You could hear Council's voice the other day, man. You get me?
Anonymous and Council, but
he was looking for Captain. Oh, I want Captain Rambo. Where's Captain Rambo? You get to ask him for Captain Rambo.
Who? Council.
Yeah.
What? Does he go to the park? Does he go there?
No. I'm saying he came on Jedi's, and he hasn't been on for a long while, innit? So.
Oh yeah, this is me to Council. You have to come on. And the time I never come on, I missed him. He said, I'm at work now. I said, shit, Council, cha. Big up Council though, man.
Council, man. Get me. Big up Anonymous as well, man. Always.
Yeah, Anonymous is different, you know. Yeah, wave the white glove, Anonymous.
He's in there for time, man. We don't play, bro.
Yeah, don't fuck with Anonymous, you know. Yeah, Anonymous is like the reason why you don't see Anonymous because he's 33. You can't see him. He's dead. Yeah, he's gone back into Egypt.
Go back into the spirit.
Exactly.
Go back into the spiritual form.
What was it? Go through the checkered square, across the burning sand. Yeah. I know Say Anonymous has done that already, bro. Council's almost there. Yeah, Council's still alive. He's 32. Yeah, you're almost there, bro. Yeah, you're still traveling, bro.
Yeah, that last degree.
Yeah. But guess
Then
what? You got to travel through the
we are.
cosmos.
Then you could come to
Exactly, you got to travel through the cosmos.
You get me? When you get to 720, then that's where you are.
Then come talk to the big man them. Yeah? You know, me and Maku's a lot older than you lot think, you know. We just use this vessel to get to you lot. Yeah? We're ancient of days, blood. You know what I mean? We're ancient of days.
A man said yes. You get me? Wait, I'm the Maku. He's the Maku of the day and time. I was like, yep.
Don't work with my brother Maku, bro.
You thought it was me.
Maku.
Oh, wait. They thought it was me. When I said, yeah, teach Maku, you get me? They thought it was me. But I'm not the only Maku. I told these people from this time. You get what I'm saying? Be careful when you're using the name. You think that it's just me. It's not just me. You know what I'm saying? There's bare Makus out here. There's Maku tribes and shit. Maku Indians. You get me? Go to South America and you'll see Maku Indians in Colombia and North Brazil and all of those places there. Like, bro, told you we're everywhere. And Maku means chief in the Americas. So the leader of any type of tribe will be called a Maku. Chief. Boss. I didn't even make that shit up. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is, fam.
Come on, Maku. Tell them youngers there when Moses, was given the knowledge. We were their blood. We his brother, you know. Like, you have to use the concepts, This is the problem with people. You are you as a human being, not as human. See you as an essence, as a being. You rule yourself out of history all the time. That's the problem with you lot. You lot can't see beyond what they ever taught you. That's why certain knowledge ain't really for certain people. And I ain't trying to preach it, but you have to know that there's more to you, bro. You get where I'm coming from, Maku. I mean, but yeah, man, as I said, when Abraham was breaking bread with Michael, I was also drinking the floss of it. Yeah, I was drinking the floss. I was drinking root beer. Yo, Maku, teach these youngers, man. We was drinking root beer with Abraham, and man, they want to come tell us. Why do you think we know so much about him? Yeah, come on, man.
So, I mean, a lot of the text, as explained, was compiled by Abraham. It got collected by Abraham. So, should I say? I mean, a lot of those ancient texts were collected by Abraham. So, you know, coming from that region of Sumeria. This is why the Sumerian texts and broken down become your books, your holy books. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, that's why that is. You know,
Maku, could you read a couple of pages of the Imam Relief just to give the people a little breakdown? I don't think they ever heard it. Some people.
Well, I was going to give part 2 of chapter 2 of the Holy Tablets.
Oh yeah, that would be good. That would be good, bro.
Brother Gregory,
Gregory back.
You get me? What's going on? Man got the bird call. Maku.
Rahul back. Man's had the cool boy. Man had the ringing in his ears. Man's heard the alignment, bro. Gregory, come in alignment in the brew. Jump on board, bro. Yeah, jump on the brew now, bro. Yeah, come on, man. Let's get. Come on, fam. Yo, Gregory, come on, man. Jump on, bro.
Link is in the description, my G.
Yeah, man. Big up Fatima. Get me. If she's around you, big up.
Get me. All right. Let me. Oh, if he's gonna jump in, he better jump in now before I play.
Yeah.
Part 2. Chapter 2. Get me. They'll get upset.
Yo, brother Gregory, we're going back to the old school, bro. We're going back to class now. Jump on, fam.
Let me either go get this work. Let me clear my throat.
Yeah, man. Maku, push the link out again. I don't think Gregory's got it.
I told him it's in the description, but I'll send it. All right. We got Rodney K. Jeez. There's only one sniper. And you want to be one.
Hey, listen to this, Maku. 2020, yeah? The third month or the third day, this damn country with their Blue Lodge self talk about the coronavirus outbreak over here and talking about how certain sports and stuff are getting cancelled and everything like that. You know? Imagine that.
And I'll see you won't be able to travel. Then you'll be on lockdown. Then it'll be martial law. Then everyone will be locked in that stadium. I had a nightmare dream of that Tottenham stadium, bruv, and people getting locked in there under quarantine for something. And now look, I just hope it doesn't come true. You get me?
But listen to this, Marshall. Now, when you were saying, Marshall, are you still there? You were saying, is the Moors Ansar Allah? They are the Moors. Remember, the Ansar Allah and the Moors are the same people, but some Moors was on the remember like this year. Some Moors was on the opposing side. Yeah, some Moors wasn't with the Ansar, and some are, but Ansar are the Moors. If you get where I'm coming from, saying you're Moor, and the group of Moors out of that were part of the Ansars, and the Ansars really were based in areas like Sudan, like in the Nile regions. Remember the late 1800s when you heard about Hamad Mahdi, meaning Hamad Mahdi was basically was known as was prophesied to be the guide, to have the mark and the mole, like the mole on his cheek and shillocks on his face. Now he was prophesied in the bloodline of where we call Bala bloodline, because Bala blood, like what a lot of Muslims like to do is cover the truth. Yeah, Bala could be. They say he was a slave, but Bala's bloodline was actually also the actual bloodline where this where we say the Mahdi came from. So through Bala and Bala's tribe, Ansar came through that family as well as that. So what I'm trying to put to you, Marshall, that when I'm trying to explain the Moors, I'm trying to explain a Pacific Moors, what was known as the where we say Nubians or Nubia, because as that part of done what actually branched out to places like Nigeria and branched out eastwards to places like Ethiopia. These people were actually language was speaking. What was it, Maku? Was it Ashur Arabic? Was it Citro Arabic?
Yeah.
Or was it Ashuric? Because those ones were known as Hebrews, but they were more their their way of life of were Islam, but not the Islam of the Sunnism of today, bro. The Sunnism, what we see today, these Ansars did not follow that branch. These ones, this is where we see, this is where the fight comes in, where because of the Sunni dominated, these ones were kind of not written in the history or something. These people were cutting out specifically. These Ansars were aligned with the Dongoli tribe. These Dongoli tribes were nicknamed by the British as the Fuzzy Wuzzies. Now these didn't wear no whites. They were like warriors. They were more of the warrior tribe. Now the Mahdi unified it. They unified uh, some of the Moors, some of the indigenous tribes of Sudan, as well as his tribe what wore the patches. Have you ever seen the two feathers, Marshall? Yo, Marshall, you ever seen the two feathers? Well, in that film, you will see a uh, uh, group of you will see a group of Ansars on the horse wearing all different patches, man. You these ones where you would always remember them because they're the ones where you will be noticed out more. These had patches, sashes. These ones were flying the black flag, yeah, and also they had the spear, the crescent and the spear in it. Now these ones were fighting the last of the British colonial in the last of the 1800s, where they were saying that what was it? Fleming had went back to Parliament in a box basically because these men here went there to try to keep up their slavery, keep Sudan under the colonial regime, and the brothers in the village called for the Mahdi, and the Mahdi came with his man them, got the people together and ran them out. So sometimes the story is a bit vivid on that. It's depending how you hear it from. If you hear it from the British angle will know them as savages. But if you hear it from uh, the Sudanese angle, they was fighting the last of the oppressors. Do you get where I'm coming from? Anyway, big up. That should answer that question. Yeah, Marshall, big up. Yeah, but our master teacher, Imam, who we know as Imam Isa El Hadi El Mahdi, was coming from the group who was from Sudan but came to America with Sheikh Dawood, Sheikh Dawood, and many of the other elders came with that mission to America. What some of them broke off and became the what was it? Under the seven of Count 14X. Some went under the Moorish Sites Temple under Noble Jurali and done that. So most of you lot started to know about your writs and stuff. But what it was a link before that, bro. It was a link during that through Ben York and the other Mali Moors who came far before that. So sometimes when you talk about American Moors, you have to realize there were Moors who came earlier on when it was when the Malian Empire was on its peak. These Malians came over to America and done deals with where you call the indigenous Indians or American Indians. These were the Mali Moors where you will say they were the Moors who did not wear fezzes. The fezzes in some of the people remember the fezzes was really coming from Morocco, what came from the Turks. The Moors, what I'm trying to identify you with, is not the Moors with the fez, it's the Moors who don't wear the fezzes. They don't even need that marking because they already were and born free. Right before the Turks invaded certain parts of West Africa and taught them the Moorish. Yeah, and because you know that the land of the Fez is really based in the Morocco, where most of your 360 degrees and everything stays up there. Most of the mosques, and Morocco was a freedom town. where your political stuff stayed out. And if you want to talk business and stuff, then you talk in the land of defense. But big up Maku. Sorry to overtalk, but big up. And Marshall, I hope I never went on too much, yeah? Big up, bro. Salute.
I think he did. But yeah, man. I think he got the message still. Let me play the video. Son, come on. You're muted though. Speak, my
Yeah,
G.
man. Big up, man.
Yo, Black Son.
Oh, my bad. I didn't know you was talking to me. Right back.
What up? Peace, man.
Rahul back, man. Bless.
You already know I TK. I had to come in the building. I was looking for you all yesterday. I'm like, man. So you on a new streaming thing? This is a new streaming.
No, this is my channel. Man. Yeah, man. Big up, born rich.
Big up.
You get me? Survivor and that. You get what I'm saying? Like, yo, I saw the stream yesterday, man. You get me? I'm glad you're all right, man.
You did.
Big up my brother, rich, man.
Okay. I was wondering.
Yeah. You get me? That's mad, man. It's mad what happened. But it happens, man. As we know. You get me? Hurricane ain't gonna kill niggas. You get me? Hell no. You get me? Just gonna put us out of action for a little bit. He ain't got no electricity for a month and that. You get me? You need to get on that Nigerian shit. Get a generator. You get me? Solve all your motherfucking problems.
Get a house.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. All right. You get me? Yeah. You gotta get yourself a generator, Born Rich. That old school shit. That's warm. When that electric goes off in Nigeria, bro, it's the same thing, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh shit, you think the world's ended? It ain't ended, bro. Gotta get a generator, do your thing, bro. Plug that shit up to the house. You get me? And it's do your thing. You gotta buy petrol. You know what I mean? And everything back to normal, bro.
Hey, Maku. We got the three gods here, man. Shit, man. This is foundation, bro. The true master teacher student. Damn, this is history right here in the making. Yo, Gregory.
Come on, Born Rich. Come on, Born Rich.
Let's Born Rich, man. Send me, man.
You get me? If your house is mostly intact and there's one room like fucked up and shit, you know what I'm saying? Like, and there's no electricity for a month, nigga, that's generator time. Fuck you. You know what I'm saying? You ain't fucking up my fridge. You get me? You know the contents of my house. You get me? Fuck that shit. You get me? I'm getting a generator or whatever. I'm using that. Yeah. Buy a liter of gas or whatever and just pour that in there. Get me? It's gonna be running for a month making noise. But I don't care. Yeah, I'll be streaming like a motherfucker afterwards. Flickering out and shit. All right, let me share my screen and play this. It's worked today.
Yeah, the stream's tripping. It just started that? Because y'all was clear. Okay, it stopped. Okay. Where Unc go?
I'm here, bro.
Oh,
yeah, Maku.
Rahul Bhat to one of the elders, man. The ancient ones.
How are you, man?
Back.
How are you?
I'm doing fine, man. I'm just on my travels and my journey, you know what I mean? Situations, personal situations, but I'm getting things in order. You feel me? Working. I just got off work just now. Got me a little car now. So, you know,
that's good.
Trying
man.
to do the things, put my best foot first.
That's it.
You know what I mean? Like, not too far. Just was up by Rock Eagle Mountain. I'm about to take a trip up there. to Rock Eagle Mound and the few. I've been visiting y'all well too, Maku.
Oh,
So
yo, Maku's dropped out. He's gonna come in.
okay. He probably
Yeah,
trying to fix the sound
yeah. Now we
on
got
his.
bad weather over here as well, man.
What, it been raining for 2 months, man. Like 2 months, literally straight. Like I just the other day we had one sunny day, one or two sunny days, like a half a day, and then it went right back to raining. I'm like, wow. And you know I'm down in Alabama, so I'm close to Georgia. So you know all
Mm.
these natural occurrences that are taking place is why the weather is extreme. Plus, you know, like 2 weeks ago, I think it was, or 3 weeks ago, that big ass asteroid meteorite just passed by planet Earth. So you know that caused another natural occurrence where the weather's gonna be off the meter. Plus, we in 2020, man. It's a big year for us elders. You know, those that came or chose themselves or came down to in remembrance to complete this mission we in these last final hours or last final seconds or last final half a minute or whatever. But
Of the
this shit is
hourglass,
crazy.
come on, man. Yeah, come on,
Right,
man.
because
You know the sand is running out from the hourglass. You know what I mean?
right,
That's why knowledge to us is just fluently like rap now. It's like the knowledge what we have matured with from the 70s. Don't forget, man, we that generation, bro. We can never dispute that.
right. That's right. That's
And,
right. Can't nobody
and
dispute.
yeah, man. And like all the other stuff they got, the Heart
Baby.
Project. Yeah, man. They play with our frequencies, innit? That's why the weather's
Right.
going off. Diseases now.
Yeah.
Terrorism alerts up. State of security is up. Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
universal mind shift is starting to is furthering on. Get me?
Right. Exactly. Exactly. Because we the more the more in the 2020, the more we coming in contact more with our light body, and we receiving mad upgrades and remembrance and abundance. The powers getting heavier and heavier and stronger and
Hey,
stronger.
Gregory, do you
Yeah.
notice that? Like when you get older a bit, I'm beginning not to really want to eat as much. I begin wanting to
Right. What?
like electrical stuff. Like I could just drink something, and that's my food for the day. You know?
Electrolytes like
Yeah.
watermelon,
Come on,
pineapples,
man.
stuff like
Yeah.
that. Coconut, you know what I mean? Coconut water. My stomach's like right now. My stomach is like I ain't gonna show it, but my stomach is like an iron. And I was just telling, I was late. I was late coming off my break tonight, and dude was like, "Yo, what's wrong? Why you was late?" I said, "Well, I had to order some food, and that's the place I." And they never open when I leave. I said, I ain't ate nothing all day. I really ain't ate nothing yesterday. It really is like I'm eating a sandwich. I wake up and eat an egg and a sausage or a sandwich, and then I'm done for the day. You feel me? But I'm getting stronger
Mm.
inside. I'm getting strong. I'm getting powerful in the mind. Like really, I've been practicing and working on. I ain't been. I've been working and doing my manifestations. So whatever I'm thinking, whatever I want is just coming to me.
Exactly. And we able to go and get it. You
Light
know?
food. I mean, light, or what you call light foods, what we eating nowadays. And it don't mean light because we offer the meals, no real full meals. I mean actual light, electrolyte.
Exactly. Exactly.
You know what I mean? That
I hear you.
electromagnetic light, that pulsating light, that green light. You know what I mean? That emerald light. But yeah, man. And it's 2020. We in March now, so this is the month um um March Madness. So it's gonna be mad things are going, and you know, also, you know, this is the time of in 2020 when the saints come marching in, and we the saints that's marching in, and people need to recognize now, man. Pay attention before your ass be left. It ain't for everybody, so I'm not speaking to everybody. I'm speaking to those that it resonate with and those that it apply to. And if you tapped in a little bit and you're awakening or you're just awoken and tap in some more, you'd be surprised. You know what I mean? But ain't nothing going after 2020, all vision is gonna be clear. You know what I mean? Regardless if you ready or not, it's coming. You know what I mean? Hello? I'm the only one on here now.
Yo. My connection,
You
man.
breaking up?
Yo, you can hear me? You can hear me?
Yeah,
Am
I
I
can
clear?
hear you. I can hear you. Yeah, you're clear.
Yo, is
You clear.
anybody in the chat? Am I clear, please? Yeah, man. I want to break some knowledge down,
Yeah,
man.
man.
Yo,
I can't even
what
see the chat.
VP? Right? Yo, Russell TV. They are they are ready to press the reset button.
Salute.
Coronavirus, financial crisis, everything is adding
Yeah,
up.
ready to press the
Yeah, man.
reset button on the coronavirus. On the coronavirus.
Bigger
What?
animal. Yeah, man. Like the coronavirus and everything, man, is everywhere now, man. It's everywhere. But
Right,
look,
Wrestler TV.
yeah, man. Beefy, big up Fairy Tale Killer, man. Yeah.
Oh, where my boy Beefy? Yo, boy, yo, Reap, yo, Beefy, come on in here, man. I ain't talked to you some more. FTK, original master.
Hey,
Started that thing.
Gregory, can I take you back into the old days, please? Because we got a brother called
Come on,
Marshall
yeah,
here, yeah?
bro. Come on,
Right?
let's go.
And back in the
Born
days,
rich.
yeah?
Salute.
Salute, Born
Yeah,
Rich, man. Anytime you're ready, jump on, bro. Like, Marshall, this brother here, right? He
right.
is answer, yeah? This brother here is answer. So, Marshall, Anonymous, ask him those questions, bro, because them men there was in the thing from like late 80s, what mid 80s, uh uh Gregory. When was you an answer? When did you become an answer? Back in the 80s?
Yeah, I started
Yeah?
repping in the 80s and the 90s hard. Really in the 90s more so because I was in the 80s I was on my God body tip. I was on my father. Well, I was just getting a tree of light. I just came into Nas itself at 86. But you know, I was born with a spark. I was already born answer the answer.
All right, so
That's some
what I gotta do, Gregory, I'm gonna mute myself, yeah. These younger brothers, yeah, built the experience as an answer, what Imam Isa kind of brought to us, like what a lot of people is got his knowledge on based on is people like today with polite and all of that. But man, like yourself, you were there when these guys who were young, when Prince York wasn't even born. You were there, bro. So I want you to
yeah, I was
give
there before
my brother
Prince York.
Marshall a bit of that experience, that bit of that life experience you went through. Because many of the younger brothers they come into this knowledge, but without that light, like the experience what you had, because you was out there, you was repping it, you lived there, you know what I'm saying, you was fasting, praying, and everything. So give these younger brothers over here a little look at those gems.
I heard you say you want me to build on.
No, I was just trying to say, like, give these younger brothers just that little recap of how it was like in the Ansar community, that your experience
Well,
and what
well,
you learned.
well, well. Imagine like you're going back to a time when the Arabs or anyone that was supposedly considered themselves a Muslim or Islamic. You're talking about a time when you only had people like the 5% Nation. You had the NOI Nation of Islam, and for black people, those was Islam, right? So it was a foundation of
Gregory. One last question, because Anonymous just asked me something. Did you
Go ahead.
meet Imam Isa? Did you ever meet Imam Isa, or known as Malachi Z York to the masses today? Yeah,
Yes, I did.
Right, Anonymous, he
Yes,
answered your question. Give them that juice. Sorry, let me just cut off. Let me just mute myself and go back. He answered your question.
I'm gonna finish the first question, and then I'm gonna go right into what you just. So at that time, we only had for knowledge itself or an introduction into Islam was NOI 5% Nation of Islam. So imagine one day you just wake up and you see a bunch of people wearing white jalabias, you know what I mean, and they're selling incense, oils, soap. Like Imam Isa was the first one to bring oils and soaps and incense to America, and made a business out of it and flourished. So that was the beginning of the Ansarul Allah community, and that was their foundation. So they were selling scrolls, they were selling books. So now you got these people where you go, they're on the train, they're on the ferry, they're walking through your neighborhood, and it's like, wow, who are these people? So for me, from my experience was one day I was walking on 42nd Street, and the brother was out selling a book. I seen he had on an army jacket, and on the back of his army jacket, he had all the symbols of all the original religions or sects of religion that our people practice, or the main ones. And the 5% flag was up there along with the rest of the flags, the Islam flag, the Native American flag. Like the Sons of Ray, when the hands is pointing to all the different sects of
Yeah, I
our
remember
people.
that.
Right. So for me, it was like, oh snap. I said, because my brother taught me when I got knowledge of self that I wasn't a 5%er, that the 5% Nation of Islam was my tree of light, and that I'm a universal God and I study everything under the sun, moon, and stars. So I acknowledge Christianity, Catholicism, whatever. You feel me? And he told me about Imam Isa, but he told me I wasn't ready for that yet. He said, stick with your basic foundation for now, because you're not ready for that science right there. So fast forward, 42nd Street, I see the coat. I'm like, oh shit. My brother just told me. I said, my brother told me that. I said, oh, they universal. I said, but what's this Muslim shit? Why they still in Islam? Why they still wearing jalabias or whatever? I said, well, when they become gods, I'll be ready. When they get to that step, then I guess I'll be ready. So fast forward 90, I say like 96, but 93, everything that Imam Isa was teaching already, I walked into the vortex in 93. And that, for people that don't know what the year 93 represent, the year 93 was the 20,000 year renewal of the history of math. And not just math, that's Nuwapu, the science of Nuwapu came in 93, 94. And this is when Dr. Malachi Z. York changed his name. Imam Isa Al-Hadi changed his name to Dr. Malachi Z. York and moved to Atlanta, Georgia, where I was just telling y'all about.
That's the era when we was known as the Holy Tabernacle and
Right.
and
Right.
and the Nuwabi Nation of Moors, yeah?
Right. Right. Exactly.
Hold on.
HTM.
Theology over
The Holy
factology
Tabernacle
over
of Moors.
theology. Yeah. Get me?
Right.
Yeah,
The
factology versus theology.
light tapes, the light tapes. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah,
From man
you
to
know,
God, from God. Yeah. boom. So he moved to Georgia and he set up the land and he started building the pyramids. And I say I had already walked into the vortex in '93 to renew math, and I was told things that I didn't remember that I forgot. And they said I didn't remember because I signed a contract to forget. But everything I was being told was real about me. So I'm not gonna get into all what I was told about me and all that. But anyway, I was teaching all the teachings he was teaching. Circling the square. We not from here. I'm not from here. You know what I mean? Blase blase. But I was told to look for people in the. I was told that yes, I was God, but I'm not. The family of 5% Nation is not my family. They said look for the people in white. So remember, I was just talking about the people in white, right? So boom, fast forward 96, my brother, my son, my father, he everything, all that in one. And he bumped into some young brothers that had the Moorish they had the Mortar fezzes on. And he was like, he called me. He was like, yo, come to my house, come to my house. So I'm like, all right, what's the right? He's like, yo, come to my house. So I'm thinking it's beef. I go to his house. I'm knocking on the door. I'm ready to go to war. I'm like, what up? What we got to get? What's going on? He's like, nah, I bumped into some guys and they was speaking that shit you be talking about. I said, ain't nobody speaking the shit I'm talking about. That shit ain't even been heard yet. So he like, nah, I'm telling you. He said, I brought these 3 scrolls from them. And he brought Mission to Earth, Extraterrestrials, and Man from Riz. No, he had Man from Riz, The
Oh
Children
no,
of the
those
Sun.
oh no, those books were called the Supreme Mathematics. Wow,
Mathematics. That's right.
wow.
That's right. That's right. Come
Science of
on. Come
healing,
on.
science of creation. Yeah, uh,
Right.
yeah. What was it?
Right.
The Mennonite, the children of the sun, the Mennonites.
Melanin children,
Yeah,
the children of the sun.
yeah,
Right.
man. Hit behind
So I,
the.
so
Yeah,
I
man.
say to him, I'm like, well, let me see one of them books, man. And if they, all I gotta do is read a sentence, a paragraph, and I know if it's facts or truth or false. I know if it's real. And the first, soon as I open the book, is Email Al Hadi Al Isa. Email Isa sitting there. I'm like, oh shit, that's Email Isa. He like, yeah. His name Dr. Malakazi York now. So I'm like, huh? But it's the picture like when he was holding the staff, the lamb picture. So I'm like, I said, I
Yeah,
read the first sentence and I'm like, oh shit. Yeah, I closed the book. I'm like, go call them dudes, tell them meet us at the ferry tomorrow. And if they could answer my questions and they could agree to what I'm saying and I see where they at, then I know this is them. So I know this is right. So boom, the next day I go meet these fellas at the ferry and we ride the ferry back and forth from Manhattan to Staten Island and back to Manhattan. And when we was finished, I brought those same 3 scrolls and I saluted those brothers and sent them on their way. And I went to the first class that next Sunday. And I remembered that they was the ones in all white. And I'm like, what happened to the white jelly beers? You know, we in the school of guards right now. Right now, the guards returning. Boom, 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 and all this. So I say, but not even a year. Every 3 years, I went into the vortex. So 93, this is 96 now. Each year was a blizzard. 93 was a blizzard. I was teaching that too, that I naturally myself made hell freeze over and caused the blizzard by me walking into the vortex and what I was told about who I was and myself. So I'm like, all right. So 93, another one. 96 is another one. So I say about a year, I say I went through the vortex again. I say, so they called the land. They called Iman Issa. They called Dr. Malakazi York on the phone about me. He was like, yo, this guy, he be coming to the class and he be teaching this shit. I ain't even really read none of the scrolls like that. But I already knew just off the little bits I was reading, when I was told it already matched up to what's already in my DNA, like we was being taught. Everything that Those that are chosen are apart, either you're gonna recognize yourself in one of those, in the holy tablet, in the scrolls, one of those pictures, or your DNA is gonna explode. And those that are DNA explode, you'll start to remember. Some of us are the actual ancestors in that picture. Some of us are the representative ancestor that came living flesh on this planet. And you was chosen to step into that booth, step into that seat, step into that arena and rep that. So they called and they was like, yo, this guy, he's like, yo, bring him down here. So you know me, I'm listening to the voices and they like, nah, don't go down there. They might try to sacrifice you and kill you. You know, there's some disagreeables down there. So I was like, oh, all right, so I ain't go. I say about a year later, I moved to DC and I'm in a DC tabernacle, and we go to the land for we went to the Nuwapic Ball first, the last own ball, which I'm a member. I'm in the Ancient Mystic Order of Melchizedek, and went to the ball. And then that summer was the first Mukaraj around the pyramids through the labyrinth. This is family day. 90 coming into 97. And at the ball, he told us that he had a vision that two prime figures was going to die that year. And he said he's either going to be Mother Teresa, the Pope, or Princess Diana. He said he wanted to stick with the older figures because they was old, the Pope and Mother Teresa. But that year, Mother Teresa died and Princess Diana died or was murdered. And you know, he been telling us that since the 80s and the 70s in the scrolls and in the newspaper pamphlets. He was telling us they was gonna kill Princess Diana. The East was gonna attack the West. The Arabs was gonna attack. 3 missiles was gonna land. It don't have to necessarily be missiles. And that was the sign of the towers falling. Was the East striking and 3 missiles hitting. It was 3 planes, right? One hit, two hit the towers, one hit the Pentagon, and one tried to hit the Capitol, right? The White House, right? That one was shot out the air. So fast forward, we down there on the land for Mukaraj, and can y'all hear me? Cause I don't see nobody else on here.
Yo.
Maku.
Nah, me. Yo.
Captain Rambo got knocked off. Yeah. He said he can't get back on it. Can y'all hear me out there? Because I'm looking at the comments. I want to know if y'all can hear me.
Yeah, they can hear you. Clear.
Okay, I didn't even know you were still in here, Maku. So boom. Yeah. So you know, one of the teaching that Islam as an Ansars was that you can't run from Allah, period. Any direction, anywhere you go, you're gonna run right back. You're gonna run into Allah. You're gonna run into him. So he
Yo. Can you
that
hear me?
weekend and they come the assassination threats on him. This is when they say, that was after he moved out of New York. The Islamic people still want the extremist terrorists, still wanted to kill him. Government, no telling who else was trying to kill him. And so he had 3 attempts on his life that weekend, but we was told, that it was the clones, so they missed. So I'm standing on the road that leads to his house and Ramsey Theater, which is the club, also where we held classes at. And here he comes. Walking from his house.
Good.
He comes walking from his house.
Yo, Senna, can you hear me? You can hear
Rambo.
me? You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Big up.
Yeah, I can
Sorry,
hear you.
Man. You got some gems in it. When was the time you actually met or you saw Dr. York?
This is 97.
97.
I went to the last. The last own ball for the Ancient Mystic Order was 96 New Year's Eve. I mean New Year's Eve of 97. So it was 96 going into 97. Anyone could Google it. Mother Teresa died that year. Biggie Smalls died that year. Every time I walked in the house, it was breaking news. Breaking news. Princess Diana just died. Breaking news. Mother Teresa died. All in the same week.
Gregory.
Like the same week.
Gregory. Yeah, man. 97 was very potent. That's the year he actually also did the what's it called again?
The first procession.
He actually opened he opened
the opening mouth ceremony.
Yeah, the opening of the mouth ceremony. The ceremony of Osiris. Yeah, man.
Yep, that's when he actually that's when all the mummies came back. That's when we actually started incarnating back into those gods that we once were. He was coming out of the pyramids. They was coming out of ships. It was ships hovering above. That shit was crazy. It's like you could jump up and touch the stars on the land. Like it was like being in Northern Lights is that. It was so mystical. It was just crazy. So I remember being mad because I was walking up on a lot of elders, right? Like Rambo, myself, and Maku, and they didn't know nothing. So dudes guarding Solomon's temple. I went in Solomon's temple. You know, all that was erected at the time. Solomon's temple was open. And I asked one of the elders, and he was like, I don't know. I'm like, how you guarding the temple in my head and you don't know that this is King Solomon's temple? So I'm like, those are one of the signs. So everything he built on the land was a relic for a sign for those to know that he was the grand potent of Ferti, Nefru Ray, Grand Master, Grand Architect Mason on the fucking planet back in human form, and that's who they was waiting for. So by the things he built on the land, that would let those that are in all these mystic orders or whatever type, because each religion got a mystic order. You know what I mean? That there's an order in each religion, regardless of what people see or think they know. Each one of them have an order. Each one of them was waiting for a sign for a master teacher to appear again, for a Messiah to appear again, for the false prophets to appear again, for the Antichrist. So all this is leading up to all that. It's leading up to the Messiah. It's leading up to the Antichrist. It's leading up. This is the time. You know, it's the revealing of the 200 fallen angels, all that. So he had said at the class, at the ball, anyway, I'm gonna go back to that. Let me finish saying what happened right then. So we had the procession. So I'm mad at the time that, you know, I'm like, I feel the energy of the disagreeables on the land. So I'm like, yo, it's mad disagreeables in this motherfucker, man. You fucking lizard reptilian ass niggas. Like, I'm not saying we not part reptilian. I mean full-blooded, cold-blooded, disagreeable reptilian. I'm not talking about half-ass or construct or evolution upgrade, splicing gene genetic thing. Or, you know, I ain't talking about
Yo, my brother, man.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Right.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Right. Let's kick some damn knowledge now. Let's kick some knowledge.
Right. All right, so let me tell you how I met him. This how I met him.
Yeah.
So, boom. Not met him. I already knew him from a child, but re-meeting him in right in front of me in flesh. So he's giving the class. He walks up. All right, I said, all right. So we ran and sat down. So he finished the bill. And, you know, remember what I said? He said, you can't run from Allah. And I remember that quote. Anywhere you run from, you're going to run right into it. And I went the opposite way to everybody because I knew the crowd was going to rush him. And everybody wanted to touch him, walk with him, talk to him. So, I went the opposite direction. I went right. I went right back to the spot where I was at when he walked up. So now he's coming and he's with like 300 people. It's like 300 people following him. And so I'm like, damn, the road ain't big enough. I'm gonna have to back up. So I start, as the crowd's getting closer, I'm backing up so I'll be at the edge of the crowd. So as they're coming, the security guards are at the edge of the crowd. Some are next to him and some are at the edge of the crowd to keep people from trying to come into the circle or come in front of him. So they're getting closer to me, and as they're getting closer to me, I'm like, man, I could feel this negative energy. Something crazy about to happen. So boom, as they're coming, the guy's pushing people, the security dude. So he was going to push me or touch me, but in my head already, I said, this dude, now I backed up already. He had already put his hands like close to me, like back up. I backed up. And why he makes his hands on me, I'm going to flip his. As I'm looking at his hand to touch my body, he used to call me. But he ain't called me first. He told the dude, he said, yo, don't touch him. And the hand stopped. And he said it again. He said, yo, don't touch him. Don't put your hands on him. So when I looked at the hand, I said, and I looked up at him, I said, he said, I'm talking to you, brother. He said, come here. I said, come here. He said, yeah, come here. So I come over there to him. Now he don't have nothing on what he had on when he was walking up. This shit look totally different to me. But when I look up, I'm in front of him, and he's like, yo, he's like, give me some love. He was like, yeah, give me some love. Like, I can't get a hug, brother. And I hugged him, and he hugged me. I was gonna hit him, but I'm like, this is Melchizedek. I don't have to hit him. He knows my soul. He's the one that gave me my name. He's the one that gave me the card. He's the one that accepted my application at my birth. He's the angel that recorded me. All this. And I'm like, and then he said, you good? I said, yeah. He said, you want to say something? You got something to ask me or anything? You good? I said, I'm good. I ain't got nothing to ask. He said, all right, next. And then the cloud, everybody, when I looked, I realized we were standing in a full circle, a cipher, and everyone was in a cipher, and me and him was in the middle of the circle. He was there, and I walked to the other end of the circle to hug him. And then he walked off. But guess who he was talking to when he was walking towards me and was talking? He was talking to the Liberian diplomat at that time. He was talking to a brother in African attire with beads and I couldn't understand shit he was saying. But I found out on one of me and Maku was live when we was going at Rick and all of them. Remember that night when Tyreek, when we was getting that Tyreek and them, Maku. And he was like, and then Rick was like, I was telling that story, and Rick was like yo, the guy you talking about, he was talking to with the African attire was the Liberian diplomat then. He was leaving to go to Liberia then to get his position. To get the not the asylum, but to get the counseling. The counselor, yeah, ambassador counseling.
All right, I got this thing perfect now. I know how to do it now.
That's it. Now go ahead, Rambo. That's it. That's how I met him. Anybody got whatever.
Okay.
That's when I met him.
Let me play this
in person.
Captain.
Say no more. I'm muting.
Yeah. All right.
So now, cool. I love that right there. What you just put up there, boy. My boy upgraded like a month. My boy.
In it, man. Hey, Maku.
Fuck side.
You're not playing today. Shit. He's not playing today. Maku ain't playing today.
Playing, I see him. He not playing. He got me about to take I'm taking my hat off. He not playing. He's not playing. I see you. you go. I'm a new to rock guitar. The Supreme Grand Master. Yes. The Supreme. Let me see. Uh, I ain't saying. I was like, I was about to, yo talk. I was like sometimes because people don't know. For us, the ancient ones, as Captain Rambo said, those that walked the path, that walked this path, that walked with Amen Isa, that walked with Melchizedek, not just in this world, but in the other world. You know what I mean? In other worlds and universes and galaxies, like we done this shit over. Like this shit right here that we doing right now is a repeat. But it's a lonely journey. You know what I mean? It's a lonely journey. It's not like we can't get women or we can't be with nobody, we can't be married, but we traveling men for real on a journey, on a mission. And it's lonely and weary on that journey. You know what I mean? At times this shit get thick. You know? Especially if you don't have the know or in the know. Period. Or any type of knowledge or wisdom, understanding to overstand things, your position, your predicaments, what's taking place because you're having a human experience right now. This is what you call your human experience. It's not by coincidence that when I jumped on the panel, all of a sudden everybody mic started getting crazy and reception and people getting knocked off screen and getting knocked off the thing and then coming back on. That's by design. This shit you can't make up. So right now is what we do sometimes when we get into those emotions. That's the human experience. Because like Maku was saying, he watched my live, right? I guess he might call a couple of them because I just did probably like 3 of them. But in one of them, I was speaking about the body, you know what I mean? The temple, the church, the soul, and the spirit, right? And which one is the real you? Now we know the body is the temple, is the church, right? It's the vessel. The soul and the spirit is encased in this body. And then they say the soul is encased in the spirit or the spirit is encased in the soul. You know, I beg to differ. Don't matter which one is encased in what. Which one is you? Which one is the living flesh, the living soul, the living ether? Which one is you? The soul, not the spirit. A lot of people say the spirit, but it's through spirit or designed through spirit is how the message comes because the spirits were the ones that was cast down here first. Say that again. The spirits are the ones that were cast down here first. The Yahwehs, the spirits, the Nephilims, the Gurgabors, or whatever name y'all dudes choose to call them. And I don't even like getting into all that. But I know today is designed for me to get on YouTube and do this. So as I was saying, the thing, I ain't going to lose that. I'm going to come back to that. I know I was talking about the spirit, the soul, and the body. But I got to get back to the lonely part of this journey or the human experience that I'm having was like, yo, shit, man. I've been doing lives on Facebook. I really don't like that shit. So I want to get back on YouTube. Man. I said, damn, I miss Maku, Beefy, Captain. And I remember Maku took a hiatus from me a whole year last year. because we went for like 3 years straight just bombing these dudes. Everyone all the way up to close to Polite. We didn't bomb Polite, but we was in contact with Polite. We was in contact with Master Inky. I was on Sinetta. We was in contact with Sinetta. We was in contact with Sis Dynasty. We was in contact with Prince York. And that's how I met Maku. When we encountered Prince York, and I told him he had to take a seat. He had to sit down. I see somebody say something in the chat. Let me see. We can hear you, Captain. So Captain's talking and I'm not? Or I'm the one not getting heard? Or I'll be heard later? I can't. Someone out there type and let me know if you hear me. Black Sun, what happened to Dr. York today? Dr. York today is not locked up, brother. You should know what Dr. York is today. What do you think when he went into the body of Christ? He went into the body of the Messiah. They became one. Mike Checker. You never really, dudes never really touched. See, if you wasn't one of us, you didn't touch Dr. York. Dr. Malachi Z. York. We're not talking about the white York. So if you may be trying to ask me what happened to Dwight York today, but if you're talking about Dwight York, well, we know what Dwight York is. You know what I mean? All them niggas are dead. You know what I mean? Except for the one they got supposedly in case in the jail cell. But that's the human part. See, that's someone else. That's a clone. The teachers, Imam Isa El-Hadi and Dr. Malachi Z. York, and the other titles are Anubis Rakapatar or Anubis Rakapath. You know, those entities were hologram projections. You know what I mean? That you could touch. And people don't even understand the phenomenon about holograms. This is why they tweaking about Michael Jackson and Tupac and them on the holograms. A lot of people, you know what I mean? Because that's one density of a hologram. Remember, is we suppose was in the 3 dimension. We're no longer in the 3 dimension. There's 4th dimension, 5th dimension, 6th dimension. Hologram has the same degree of dimensions in that form. When you think you turn it into, when you turn it to solid liquids and gases. What the fuck, nigga? You could project. Project means what? They put a projector is how you project the motherfucking picture on the screen or on a wall. Project, right? Let me go back. I gotta go back to what I was talking about. I keep hearing them accusations, you dig? What accusations? The touching shit, nigga? I just told you, you talking about Dwight York or you talking about Malachi Z. York. Don't refer Dr. Malachi Z. York or Malachi or Melchizedek or Melchizedek or Sadak with Dwight York. What part you ain't getting? Dwight York was his son. His name wasn't even fucking Dwight York. His name was York on his birth certificate. There was no name. You know how many fucking different birth certificates and passports and different IDs fucking Dwight York or Malachi Z. York had? They talk about that in the case too. Did you hear that? That when they caught him, he had all these millions and hundreds of thousands, whatever the fucking suitcases, and a bunch of different passports. You ever heard of him getting arrested for false identification, for having a fake ID, a fake passport in the airport? So when you talk about that, this is why I'm explaining the human experience in the body, the soul, and the spirit. Because if the real you is the soul, you know, when you die, right? When supposedly the person dies, right? There's nothing in fucking the shell, right? The shell is cold, just fucking meat slab, right? So meat slab. And they said, what happens scientifically proof says what happens, the light goes out. They said, what light is that goes out? The light body, the light vessel, or they talking about the light, the furnace inside, what you comprehend or not, the sun, the solar plex in your chest, the one where Malachi York taught you that when you breathe on the back of your head, you feel heat, right? Why is a motherfucking breath always hot and stinky and heat? Where that heat coming from if it ain't a furnace or something lit up inside the body? Come on now. So Captain was just talking about electrolytes, man. And this is what happens when we have to take motherfuckers to school. We have to kill your fucking fairy tale. You know what I mean? Because that's a fairy tale. This is not me. This body, this suit, this meat cloth, this fucking space suit is not me. This is something that the soul or the spirit need. Not even the spirit, because the spirit don't have to. The spirit can live outside the body. You know what I mean? Soul can too, but the spirit already lived outside the body. The spirit is the one that possesses you. Yeah. I mean, possess, like can possess you, like in the fucking movies, like demons jumping. Salam, my brother Maku. Maku, where you at? You talking? Can y'all hear me? I wonder if Captain's talking. I don't hear. I wonder if Maku talking. It look like it's just me and Sniper on the side. So anyway, what I was explaining was which one is the real you, the soul. Because that's the only thing that's what I like your approach on neutrons, atoms, things that explode, molecules, ether. It's simple. You know what I mean? People make this shit hard. So that, and that's crazy. I just happened to turn on YouTube. I was looking for one of these fucking rap songs. And goddamn Maku, I saw FTK Maku live. I said, hey, this about just yesterday, looking all through the chat room, hangouts everywhere, looking for where the hell the lives are at now. So I see y'all streaming yard. Man, where's Maku? Yo, Maku, come back on here, somebody, cause you know me, I go in. Yeah. Can you go through the teachings of Imam Isa, please? Yo, do you believe in the Quran? I don't believe in nothing, bro. Belief is a stagnation, man. Belief is a retardation. It's like Down syndrome, man. It's like a cripple, like a you know what I mean, to believe. Yes, there are those that have a hearing experiences that need to believe, or yes, at one upon a time, you need to believe to get to a higher spiritual plateau, but everyone's not meant to reach those levels of plateau. Do I believe in the Quran? I can't say that. I believe it. Do I acknowledge the Quran? Yes. Do I believe the Quran is 100% authentic and truthfully? No. That's a lie. When they say that, yes, it's 100 truth to their knowledge or their belief or what they wrote it out to be, or it could be a fact because right is wrong and wrong is right, right? You know what I mean? When you reach a certain plateau, you begin to know. Now I know as the Elohim know. Now I know as the angels know. Now I know how the gods know. And when you get into all these different titles and attributes of Nunakis, Elohim, prophet, messenger, you know, you're talking about periods of time when language or speech came about and writing and all these things came about, and it changed through times with different names, but you're still talking about the same beings, the same person you call God. You know, angel, we all angels, we all messengers. You know what I mean? Just some of us are different than others. And a lot of you motherfuckers is extra. Because remember how I was talking about project, and this is a big movie, and this is already happened again? Well, I'm projecting on the screen right now. And you think you seeing me, and you really not seeing me. Just like my friends growing up. You think you seeing me. No, you seeing dead people. Foolio. Because Earth is death, man. To live here is death, man. You die here. Yeah, death. You came here dead. Huh? You killed yourself to come here. You sacrificed yourself to come to this motherfucking earth and wear this meat suit. You know what I mean? Like Jesus be saying for this shit. I mean, it's Turk. You don't deal with beliefs. Nah, brother, I don't deal with beliefs. Why? Why should I have to deal with beliefs? You know, the saying goes, when I was a child, what? I played with toys. As a grown man, I put those childish things away, or those childish ways away. I just told you when I was explaining my story when I walked into the vortex in 9-3. I said I was told things that I did not believe. See, that's when my belief left out the window, because now I'm telling you I'm having a conversation with something that supposedly in my head or in my thoughts or telepathically talking to me, telling me about myself that I knew but didn't know to that degree. So to be told the remembrance or be told to remember, you know what I mean? That was fascinating to me, because it was like, yo, you really did blah, blah, blah. But yeah, I said, well, if that's true, then what the fuck? I don't know that. Because you signed a contract to have amnesia, to forget once you entered the earth's plane, because it would fuck with your human experience if you're here on a mission of the Elohim or the host to save the people or carry a message or to teach. It would, because now you're remembering all your past lives and everything, or whatever, wherever the fuck you come from, and now you missed the big badass, really big shot back in the days, like Inky and all them other niggas back in Egypt times, you know, all the sex and all the fucking the humans and everything, you know, mixing it, breaking all type of intergalactical universal laws that are in that Quran, in that book that you want to call a belief. Why would you call that book a belief or something to believe in if you believe in it, or if you know it to be 100% fact? Why would you call it a belief or to believe? That would be lying to Eve. See, you niggas better you need to get the etymology, right, of words first. And you need to, at the same time, you need to learn that English is a dogma language, meaning it's nowhere on a periodic chart. That shit don't exist. It's something made up foreign. And in the Americas, it's a masonry code, just like it is in the England courts. Because in the courts, right, they'd say one thing that you know that you was taught, right, to believe, to know it to be, but they're talking a whole nother jargon. They're not saying the same words that you hear coming out of their fucking mouth. No, you have to know. That's right, knowing, bro. You need to know these things. So I can't just live on the fact that, yo, this God, this spook God, this chariot ass God, this white haired, blue eyed nigga, or this black motherfucker, or wherever, nothing exists, because some believe in the Quran he has no hands, no eyes, no mouth, no nothing to touch you with. Right? And that would be shirk to believe other than that he has arm, leg, arm, head, or he doesn't, or she doesn't, or he doesn't. And this is why I say you're talking about periodic at different time. Allah and Allah are actually Orishas, saints. They had statues made after them, just like Anu, just like Inky, just like all those, just like right now, the Nuwapitans, the Wunapitans, you know, it got a statue of Dr. York. And he said, we don't idol worship, we don't make idols of ourselves. Not to carry me around. I never heard him say carry me around, make a motherfucker. You know what I mean? So here we go again. With that, like, believe is to lie. We lied to Eve's children, man, and that's what they did. But Adam broke it, and Eve broke it by biting the apple in the tree of knowledge in the garden, and then they became what? As the angels knew, right? Now they know as we know, right and wrong. They know no wrong and right. Because wrong and right don't fucking exist, nigga, if you perfect or you know. Huh? Because now they know they naked. Huh? And who is this God that came down and talked to them? Who the one chased them through the garden? Come out, motherfucker. Who is that? So you want me to believe in a spook, a spirit, a mist? Wow. That's crazy. No, brother, I don't deal it. I one time, once again, listen to me. Once upon a time in my life, I had to stand on the foundation of belief, just like I had to stand on the foundation of 5% Nation of Islam to get knowledge of self and recognize and find out who I am. But as I grew and did my own math and research, I've come to find out, even in some of the things that Dr. York or Dr. Malachi York taught to teach, is non-void. That shit don't motherfucking matter right now. But it do matter to those that don't fucking know or ain't in the know. Or ain't ancient, or ain't chosen, ain't elect, don't sit on one of those seats. Don't sit on no seat or don't teach, bro. This shit is natural right here. This is a freestyle. And this is what I was getting to. I said Maku. I met Maku on the thing with Prince York, right, when I told him to sit his ass down. That you ain't protecting your father and you're not your father. You can't. It's those of us elected to do that job. Out here. We out here. You know what I mean? Because I ain't one and the same, brother. You know what I mean? Each one teach one, each one reach one, each one recognize each other. A motherfucker call themselves anything. That doesn't mean they have the tenacity. That means they have the effects. Don't mean that they have the know-how, because a lot of motherfuckers could quote degrees, books, any motherfucking thing, man. They could quote that shit verbatimly. Remember this shit, and those of us that, hey, that shit just naturally in us. So once again, if you get into Yoruba, or if you get into Ifa, or if you get into Santeria, or if you get into one of these voodoo, whatever the fuck you want to call it, holistic shit, wizardry, Wicca, whatever the fuck you want to call it, right? When you get into these things right here, it tells you that you don't remember if you're a seer. If you're a seer, because see, I was told I was a seer by a seer, but didn't understand the message that was coming to me. I was told that I walked in both worlds, but I didn't understand the words that was being told to me until I read it, researched it, and found it myself. You feel me? So while I was locked away in the tomb, in the institution, where they tried to institutionalize me, I was freeing my brain by research. So I went to this library and I'm like, let me get this Orisha book. Let me get this Ifa book. Let me get this Santeria book. And let me read this shit. See if I see something about a seer. What's a fucking seer? And you know what the definition of a seer is? A person that walks in both worlds, meaning I walk in this physical world and I walk in the universe. The double soul, the twin soul, right? The light body that's waiting to come back, right? Right? The true you, the essence of you, right? Come on, man. You can't make this shit up. So it was said in that you sign a contract when Arisha send you down, like when the spirit was sent down, when it was in their creation story, when it was sent down, when they was coming down, sacrificing themselves to come back. They had to sign a contract to have amnesia, to forget, and you had to remember. So this is why the spirit guides you. These certain spirits guide you. You got certain. You got the good angel, bad angel, right? You got the good spirit and bad spirit, right? And they put things in your path for you to remember that you call mistakes or obstacles. You know, but it's a tutoring method. I don't like this. I want to say lesson because that's like you lesson yourself. Lesson. Nah, that shit don't go right. Yeah, I don't know. Anybody got some? Yo, Mills, what up, my dude? Jeez, I miss you. Salute, man. It's the bastard language. You already know, Mills. It's the bastard language. And it's a masonry code. So when they wrote these words, they wrote it behind a spell. These words have spells. The English word is a spell. And they put a spell on you with their school and their teaching and their institutions. And they have you in a belief state because they want you to believe in the state. See? They want you to believe in the government, the state. They want you in a fucked up state. They want you in a lost state. So they teach you their tutelage, their institution, which they're closing down by the fucking throes in America. And it's only the pristine upper class ones that is really open now. They don't give a fuck about the education and the system, man. That's all a spell. 1, 2, 3. You know what I mean? And they started when we was kids with Dr. Seuss and all this ABCs, 1, 2, 3, all this so crazy ass shit. 3 blind mice. Why was so many 3 of every fucking thing? Sound like the Holy Trinity to me, don't it? Yeah. You feel me? And I ain't knocking nobody's belief or religion because as it's taught, there are those that still have to serve. If everyone was to be elect or chosen, that's why I said many may come but few are chosen. If everyone was to be chosen, right, that would mean no one would be here to teach. No reason for us to be existing. There's no reason for this plan to even be. There's no reason for this conversation to be having, this recording, or none of that shit. You know what I mean? So you gotta beware the ghost spell, the God spell. You know what I mean? So like I said, not knocking nobody's religion. You feel me? Because or what you believe in, because that's what you may need just to sustain and be righteous and uphold the laws of the teachings of those that are teaching right now that was teaching back then. The ancient ones, the ancestors. So many motherfuckers talk about the ancestors, don't know their ancestors. Some motherfuckers don't even know their grandmother. Most motherfuckers today don't even know. You know, there's a lot of people that don't know their grandmother, their father, nigga, they mother. More or less than you know what I mean? Figure this out. Because this life is what? You're taught things. You're taught things that lessens your process of knowing because you're taught these things like, you know what I mean? Believing in this unseen force, this unseen God, this trilogy, this Holy Ghost. It's Father, Son, and Spirit shit. You know what I mean? Again, not to knock nobody, because that's what the Elohims put out there for those when Adam and Eve, that was the curse of Adam and Eve's son Seth, for Adam refusing to allow them to take Seth to replace Abel. Enos was born without a Beftorial gland, meaning Enos, the first mortal being. That means he was the first baby born with an esophagus, a stomach, and a vocal cord and a box. You know what I mean? And then man became what? The son of man, right? These are things people read. Oh, everything these preachers and everybody read these Bibles, but they don't never bring these subjects up that we bring in. And it was like, why y'all always throw up on? But we could bring it all up. But you have to throw on things like that, man. You have to, because it says it right there. Everything when Adam refused, it says this is in the Bible, not just the Holy Tablet. This is in the Bible. This is in the Bible. Fact checker, Googleologist, whatever the fuck. And you know, half of the Google shit ain't the original shit, just like half of the Bibles y'all got ain't the original King James, where it had way more words and messages and way more complications, that they made it easier because it had words like Elohim and not God in it, in those beginning Genesis story. So, but not to get off the subject, get back to what the regular modern Bible would say. You know what I mean? That, you know, that Enos was the first mortal being, and after then, when he refused that everyone became, Adam became the father and God to mankind. He was already that, but he became now, oh, you refusing? All right, now everybody's the son of man. And that's the father. Those are one of the son of mans and one of the son of rights. Like Maku was saying, there's many Makus, man. There's many Michaels. There's many Melchizedeks. And now all of us is from the same shit. You ain't got to agree with me. Nigga, agree with yourself, bro. Because it's you that's God and you when you get to the bottom of it. Because you the one that make the decision and the choices that you make to do whatever the heck throughout the day. If you're going to rob, steal, cheat, kill, whatever. Hey, somebody say something so I know if y'all hear me, yo. You know what I mean? This shit is all allegorical. Cats take a literal. Yeah. See, this is what I mean. Who taught you that? Just like who taught me to believe and get on my knees and pray and all this other rubbish. Who taught you that, man? Who taught you this is all allegory? That's not true. That's why I say I don't believe in the Quran in the way others say, because they'll say that the Quran never been tampered with and it's 100% in its original context and language, and that's a fucking lie. Half of the people in Iraq and Iran don't even speak Arabic, bro. This is something for Muslims. You have to learn Arabic, or you have to be from a family that's already fluent in Arabic or Arabic. And it's not, that's not the original dialect that was being spoke by the people of that time. I keep telling y'all, when y'all mention certain things, you mention in a period in a time, but you still talking about the same person. What makes it, you know what I mean? No, some of that shit is real. Everything is not allegorical, man. Some shit is 100% facts in the Bible. Some shit is 100% facts in the Quran. You Jews taught when they told you it was hard to read it or the Quran because it's told in parable, and you have to read between the lines to be able to get the actual picture and truth. But if you're not one that's endowed already or born with this gift, it'll be very hard for you to judge it. Just like Jesus standing right here, or the Prophet Isa, salam, you know what I mean, was standing right here, right now. He was talking. His own disciples didn't even fucking believe him. So you want me to believe the Quran or the Allah? So now let me get back to that Yoruba and Ifa, because within Yoruba and Ifa, right, in Santeria, there's two statues, one of Allah and Allah, and these are one of the Orisha, or one of the gods that people pray to or give offerings to. Right? Right. So now where the fuck the word Allah come from anyway? Huh? I just told you Enos was the first human Enoshite mortal being born. Adam and Eve were still immortal. Huh? They were still immortal. So Enos, Seth's son, was born the Enoshite, the mortal being, right? So then people had to begin. Now you're cut off from the divine. The veil is put over, and you have to believe or have belief or begin to believe in something to even get on a path for truth or right knowledge. Man. You know what I mean? Or find yourself, or find your soul, or find your purpose. You know, some people stay stuck in school or certain steps and levels. Hey, that's for you, buddy. You know what I mean? That's not for me. You know what I mean? That's not what's taking place in the last days, because what's taking right now in the last pouring of the hourglass, like Captain was saying, is not allegorical, brother. You're talking about, you're witnessing a phenom of phenomenal things, over 1 trillion things that one teacher besides the Bible and the Quran itself having it in there, saying this was going to take place, and this is what's taking place right now. What you mean? The beast just made a dragon back. Yo, man. And Trump is your fuck. Yo, you dudes ain't even paying it to the Antichrist right in front of you right now. They playing the last show. They're playing the last show before they close the world. The coronavirus is the reset button, like somebody said earlier. You fucking right. It's the reset button. It's to get rid of a lot of you sick motherfuckers. Because you sick in the mind, you sick in the brain. You know what I mean? And you sick in the soul, the worst. You know, in the worst way. And you don't even know how to listen to the spirits properly, let alone see them. You know what I mean? So you dudes, man, you better get it tight for real, man. Keep thinking shit is a game. Keep thinking this shit is allegorical. This is why niggas like you become loose change, or you become change, or you change, or you'll never change. You just be rearranged. And that's freestyle for you. So like I was saying, Maku got split up from me like a year ago. Right? He went on his own hiatus for a whole year after we did that destroying and putting things back in its proper perspective. You know what I mean? Ain't nothing we ain't spoke that wasn't truth. We shut it down. When we shut it down, we talking about you shut it down. We shut it down. Like I just shut it down just now. I just shut it down. I just did a fairy tale killing. I'm on a fucking killing spree. Fucking just a fairy tale. I just murdered a whole bunch of shit. Simple. And it's that simple, but people want to make it hard. Oh, you got to learn Arabic. You got to do all this shit. No, man. You know what I mean? And that's for some in me. That's how your vehicle may work. That's how your brain may work. This is where your DNA is at. You feel me? Because everybody's DNA ain't go off when mine went off. You know what I mean? Because like I said, I was the only dude spitting that for years. I never heard no one repeat nothing I said until I read a scroll. And it felt like I wrote it. And it seemed like I said it. And it ain't... And I use those words because I'm saying it seemed in me. I seemed it together. You know what I mean? I ain't seen shit. I seen that shit. You know what I mean? I put on the breastplate. I wore the armor. You know what I mean? And I'm putting it on now. Right now, I'm doing this because my heart chakra jumping, nigga. It's alive, nigga. This shit work. My vehicle work, nigga. This shit on pause. I got it on pause. It's on relay until you niggas get re-straight. You know what I mean? So, yeah, depopulation time. Or kicked off the planet time. Or get by to your wasting no time ass, cause there ain't no fucking time. But you niggas just wasting your fucking mind right now. See, that's what the renewal of the history of the math brought about. A change, a cycle, a period. This happens every 25,000 years. Those that were at the beginning, the last is first and the first is last. And we at the first is last right now. And it was renewal for those angels, those group of people to wake up. Not everybody. Some to get the buzz. And then you're going to fully wake when we hit you with this motherfucking light rod. Yeah. Yeah. You know what I mean? So every 50,000 years, right, is a millennium. And so every 50,000 years in a millennium, you know what happens, right? The renewal not of the math now. It's the renewal of the what? The Elohim, man. The right knowledge, man. Those that came to correct this shit, which was knowledge, it ain't knowledge, man. That shit is just a waste of your mind and your fucking time. Mind is a terrible thing to waste. This is your brain on drugs. The egg and the motherfucking bacon in the skillet home. Mills, I hear you, bro. Yo, you funny. I miss you, Mills. And so this is what Maku and Captain is giving their time. See? Because we are time. I'm in shit. I'm gonna kill that. Anyway, with them Shahs, it's the return of the Shahs and the Ams. So this is why when we see there's no time, people be like, oh, you.
What happened? Big up everyone in the place. You get me? Yeah. Well, I was gonna teach only today now, but it seems like Brother Gregory, you get me, come to represent. You get me? So yeah, it's real deep, man. Real deep, man. These are my brothers, man. You get me? I've been rolling with them for a year, getting that knowledge from. Get me? And we passed it on and the thing. We went to war with suckers. You get me? We went to war with Nuwapians, knocked them all out, beat them up, left them on me, try shit. So yeah, it is what it is, you know. If you're able to follow instructions and things correctly, knowledges, you know what I'm saying? We ain't trying to with no spookism or nothing like that, but it's real. One thing that's left out of conversation is the spiritual metaphysics and those things, you know, the basis and the root of all, you know what I mean? That's why when you have a book that says the epic of creation, we're dealing with elements, we're dealing with gases, we're dealing with, you know, atoms, before Zakar. You hear me? Right next to me and that, you know? So, yeah. But me, the physical embodiment of Tahuti, you hear me? That's what we're dealing with out here. The teacher. You get me? That's why I was sent here to teach, fam. I was sent here to teach and educate. You know what I'm saying? Not all this playing about, oh, let's debate. Can't debate me. It's like debating the universe or debating God. Each of you are the same as me, and I am the same as you. You know what I'm saying? You have internal, external. As I said, information, outformation. Yeah, like, yo, information. If you an extent, but the outformation is what's going to give you a better overview. So this is education and school of knowledge. This is a bit of the sniper's mind, of Brother Gregory's mind, of Dr. York's mind, of get me? We're talking about epoch, millenniums, and all of this type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? 50,000 years is the epoch. 25,000 years is you know what I mean? Is an equinox. These are the alignment of the planets and all of these type of things. We've had ours already. 2002, the planets aligned. I'm saying, or 2006, I think it was. Yeah, the planets aligned. Boom. You can look back on it. You know what I mean? They were all lined up amongst each other. You can see certain ones in view. Yeah. These happens for certain reasons. These celestial bodies, I mean, they know all about it. Mm. Yeah, a lot of the information that we is out of this realm, man. It's out of this realm, man. It's out of the realm of so-called his story or my story. I mean, as they told you in the first video, his story is my story. His story is a mystery. My story is what is being told. So his story is his, not yours. His story. Yeah, it's my story. Me being on the other side of the finger. You know what I'm saying? Like our people being on the other side of the finger. That's all it is. You know what I mean? Oh yeah. Come on. Yeah. I think you wrote it in the wrong one. You wrote in front check. Yeah. You can see chat and comments. You'll see it on your phone. How can I hear you? I hear you. There's no sound. You had sound before. Yeah, you might have muted yourself. Mute now. And then I'll mute it. Now I can't hear you. Did you have a phone call? I don't know what happened. You might need to check. Can't hear you. Can't hear you, bro. Get me. Jump out and jump back. You was clear before. Get me. Yeah, big up the people. Damn, 26 people in the building. Come to get that schooling, come to get that education, come to get that triple darkness, that quartz, that zools, that biaps. You know what I'm saying? Before the lightest atom, or before the lightest thing in existence, hydrogen. Basics. We give you the basics. Primordial creation. Subatomic level energy. Energy before matter. Simple. You know what I'm saying? The byproduct of energy is matter. Ta-da. Then you hear stardust and all of this and da-da-da-da. Yeah, easy, lightweight. Let your teacher teach you. You get me? Yeah. Yeah, ain't no 5% being knowledge. This is the whole 720 degrees of knowledge. Ain't no 5% of knowledge. You know what I mean? Yeah, ain't no 5% of knowledge. Yeah, that's just a school of thought that attaches to everything. It's just all part of the same branch. As I said, there's many off branches. You know, man went off and did more Science Temple and this and that and that and this and this and that and blah, Black Panthers and all sorts. Joke. Don't get it twisted, bro. Okay. You back now. Still no sound. You better check your volume or something. Maybe you turned it down by accident by pressing on the side or something. I don't know what that is. I think. I don't know what happened there. They just trying to silence you, bro. You know what I mean? You know you're spitting the real. Let me see if I can play this part too. For the hour just to play the bloody thing. I might just have to play the audio. Get me and let you lot hear it. Is that cool? Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, bro. Frozen also. Yeah, Streamlabs is done. Welcome for StreamYard. God self. People say it's difficult to get on their phone. Very difficult. Right. Nothing seems, you know, other things start. So, you know, that is crazy. That is crazy. The more crazy thing is I can't even play my fucking. They don't want no smoke. Want them no smoke, man.
Begin all acts and thinking by using Al-Kalim, the All. Tablet 2, the beginning. 19 times 6 equals 114. Lo, in the very beginning was the Word. Existence was this Word, came afterwards. Nothing with Elion El didn't create it. In order for Anu to create it, he must have existed. If the Christians say that God is the creator of all things, or the Hebrews say that Yahweh is the creator of everything, or the Muslims say that Allah created everything, then Yahweh, Allah, or God must have existed. So there's existence before creation. Nothing was created except by way of Allahu Akbar. He, Allah, who originally was known as Anu, and An was and is and will be the intellect. Intellectual lecture, the speaker of the word that existed in the beginning, was simply where things began from hydrogen on through the elements. Understanding these points where things sum up to something and existence predates creation as darkness predates light, as ether before the lightest hydrogen is weighed to have a sum, and from ether on into triple darkness, the root of all thinking. That is one, the state of quirks, the first degree of nothingness. 2 biaps, the second degree of darkness, and 3 zeals, the third degree of darkness. The weight or the sum of things or other things, free weight not exists. Knowledge or understanding. He was not a light, but created himself into a green light to be witnessed of his creation as El Elo. El Rab sustaining the green light of Makael from himself to rule Malakut. So the green essence was necessary for identity, and that identity was ruler, which is the third point in existence, and the of Allah. 1, Al-Rahman, Al-Malak, Mikael, Murdoch, being the highest of all the rabbis of the Unikai, of the crystal essence, which is the splendor of beauty. Light is a manifestation of the ball, not speculated, but and manifested himself in form to be detectable and logged in what's called time and space. And light, a color in light of a sun, and the color green is growth, as in life through herbs, vegetation, and trees of the land, and algae of the seas, conceived between the blue sea's water and the color yellow sun ray color of the prism. 4th point in the main crystal essence became divided into parts extremely pure and luminous. However, the other appeared to the vision of the intellect to be inferior to the first, called light, the pure green light, the light of the Anunnaki, Seraphot, Seraphim, those agreeable. And the second was called fire, amber light, the light of the Anunnaki, Garabat, the cherubim, those disagreeable beings. The first are to come are the weird souls of El Nabiyat, the news bearers, El Rasulat, the apostles, El Masir, El Hadi, El Mujadad, and the people of the right hand. All agreeable things are created from the green light of the benevolent beings, concealed. The Anunnaki simply called Yah, Sarafat, and it manifests as green. The entire thing as iron replaced the magnesium molecule in the blood. Lost. Thus, from green to rust, your color did become. Of the second, the fire was created, revealed the Illuminati, which are the jinns, the disagreeable Nakai, the disagreeable simply called Way. Those who are a race of this guy who are creating Zakar. These are the followers of Tarnish, Srakar, the Luciferian. 1/3 of these beings from Ilium were cast from their galaxy Ilium, where the Akashic records of the as opposed to Sijin, where the Azaric records of all disagreeable acts are kept. In the Orion star constellation, the disagreeable homes in Betelgeuse, Rigel, and Bellatrix. The cycles was a dot in the universe, then that dot became a line. the wall became square. The first water cell into two. The one like one at the beginning. Then it became wall, and thus 360 degrees of square, 60 degrees of circle. The circle was turned inside out within the confines of the square by first dividing the circle. Geometry was created and dimensions were formed of chi and metry measure. The square that you know in this plane is not the same as its counterparts on the spiritual plane. Of course, these planes are not perceived in an eye. The end line in the square tried to escape upward and outward and downward. This constant friction created heat the square could no longer withstand, and an explosion of enormous force occurred. This event had not yet been manifested as the birth of the universe, the formation of stars, galaxies, side. When energy beings manifest, they make up atoms, which then become compounds as opposed to physical beings, atoms, manifest them, which become organisms. When the Anunnaki Elohim or free splits into two beams of 180 degrees each. Disagreeable is if the male child is agreeable, the female twin counterpart is disagreeable. If the female twin or counterpart is disagreeable, the one must conquer the other to become agreeable or to become a child of light imperfection that was clicked on in action. In this way was the disagreeable being born in twins. Every person born was a twin. One defeated the other till you were born. This is called the concept of survival of the fittest. The concept of survival of the fittest begins from the very moment sperm is in the vaginal canal. Each of the sperm cells are ejaculated and races to the ovum or egg of the female to fertilize it, and only one of those sperm cells survive the journey out to all the other sperm cells in a normal birth. Normally, conception occurs with one egg release is fertilized by one male sperm. 7 out of 10 pairs of twins result from the woman's eggs, which are independently by 2 sperms. Twins, eggs then implantly in the uterus. Less commonly, one egg fertilized by one sperm divides, resulting in 2 developing babies with the same inherited characteristics. Identical twins. This division occurs after implantation in the uterus. Monozygotic from the word mono, middle, French from Latin, from Greek, from monos, meaning single, alone, and zygote, meaning derived from a single or embryonic cell mass. This usually happens with identical twins, in which it occurs after fertilization, and often after implantation in the uterus. As a result, twins almost always share the placenta, although each has its own and bag of water. Fraternal births are dizygotic, have 2 zygotes, di2 and zygote, which is a cell formed by the union of 2 gametes, initially a fertilized ovum before cleavage. From Greek zooketus, from zygon, meaning to yolk, derived from 2 fertilized eggs. They are zygotic fraternal twins, from the word poly, Greek polou, from polis, meaning much, many, and again zygote, from zygote, births by fertility drugs. They arise from 2 or more fertilized eggs and sex. For twins have separate water and separate placentas as well. Occasionally, the 2 eggs implant closer together, so that the placentas become fused, and it looks as though the twins are sharing the same time. And agreeable in the kind of the male or female was to be disagreeable. The creation of its order, or genie, for the sun of the second cycle was half a diameter of 7,000 years, in which the angelic being agreeable Sarafat or disagreeable Garubat, they, the race of Natas, were cast down to the 4th plane, the mental plane, and made to dwell on the 2nd plane, the plane of force, before El Elo, the source, gave them ruling comfort until the end of the second cycle, or the 14,000 year after their creation. At the beginning, which took 7,000 years, you have the disagreeable way, Gadabat, and the agreeable Yah Sarafat, both of which are called the Yahwehans or Jehovahans, and you also have the process of the Adamites of the 14 generations before the completion in the laboratory in Sidonia called Shinti, the Lamahu Mars project. For this genetic breeding and splicing, chromosome which gave birth to the Cadmon, also called Zakar Adam. These Yahweh or Jehovahans lying in the physical form to come to the planet Earth as physical beings, for there was no room for them in the fourth plane, the heavens. For when the Wayans heard the news of the creation of the atom, a prototype that was laid before them, they created in the heavens. This was recording in the 12th degree 7th verse as, and there was a war in heaven. Saraphat fought against the Draco Hilal and his Gadabat, and the Saraphat, so there was no place found anymore in Uranus or a dragon, the reptilian called the bull, and the serpent which deceived the whole. He was cast out into earth, and his Garabat did pursue. After began to do disagreeable acts and disobey Elohim, of all deities, the source. And the task also was an extra being on Terra, or what you would refer to as an extraterrestrial. In order came out of terrestrial beings called the Yahwehs, sometimes called the Jehovahs, the Lucifer with the beings on this planet called Earth, and passed themselves off as gods. The Luciferians, after taking their independence, were allowed to work with the Yahweh at one time to conquer certain portions of the planet. Varian named Halal, son of Natas or Shakar, wanted to rule all the stars of the heavens, ruling all the Yahwehs. Leviathan, the serpent people, one of the reptilian Luciferians, have been trying to gain control over this planet for many thousands. They are called the sex spirit, called Porne. They are able to seduce and deceive all those with desires on earth, Tester, thereby controlling all with it. As Nakabu was seducing powers of lust, it is the death of divinity and the birth of morality. That's why the Intergalactic Federation, if enough entities were under control of the Luciferians, the Intergalactic Federation forces from Earth, love to lust, love, expressing over-exerting emotions, bringing about their spiritual death. The Satanists, who are not the same as the Luciferians, their other names are the Divines or Canals, more sadistic, whose leader was Lucifer, called Matas, which is simply Satan spelled also called Sheatinium. They have supplanted themselves in every facet of life, and now they have you naming yourselves after them. The Satanists seek mind control, while the Luciferians seek to control the enemy. They are best described as vampires who draw energy from others, also called Dragos, or serpent dragon, called these Luciferians are from a planet called Maldek, the 11th planet. This planet called Luciferians, they don't usually work together. Will come together if there is a common interest. The Yahwehans were the original 24 elders. There were 12 to dissatisfied. The other 12 were the agreeable deniers. That's why 5 and 12 dissatisfied. Shakar, who is also called Hambaba, or Zuen and Tarnish them, the Jehovahans called Luciferians, to the chastisement of the eternal damnation, except for the valor. These he is pardoned and has apologized to be their governor, and he granted them a new law called religion, who sound right like sons of Shakar and committed disagreeable acts because their nature was intended to be recalcitrant or to I knew Elian hell, the Most High sent Murdoch, the son of Enki, and them is called Michael, and the agreeable beings to admonish them. However, it was in vain. Murdoch was sent because he knew their nature, having been the disagreeable Balat, who was agreeable. So in the beginning of the fourth cycle of 7,000 years, you have Sarah
Can't hear it, bro. It ain't playing. Something wrong with it. It's not playing.
That should be better now when it comes back on. You saying, Brother Gregory?
It was breaking up. It's not playing no more. I can't hear it.
Yeah. I know. Stop now. It's trying to load up or whatever. But yeah, I was just trying to give them.
I must gotta get on the laptop.
were cast out. One further that were cast out from the 19th galaxy, Ilium, with tarnished. Now you have the sun and you have the 10 planets. When you get closer to the sun,
turn it down a little bit too.
Like in the skies, the planet. A word that means wandering star. Use Aphrodite, Aries, Zeus, and Kronos. Instead of using the names of the Greek gods, these planets are now called by the names of the Roman equivalents: Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. Planets shine by reflected light. The planets in your solar system are captives of your largest star, the sun. Like the planets, the Earth gives off no light of its own. When a planet shines brightly during the shadow hours, it's reflecting the sun's light. These 10 planets are Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Titan, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, which are your calculations of the planets. However, you shall know the truth. Now let me continue. You have the sun and you have the planets Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Pluto. Earth is the third planet from the sun, which is 93 million miles away, and the 93rd atom light. He is called the light of the heaven and the earth, which is the sun, the true light. Simply Ra or Ray, said Ray as in the sun's rays. The sun is the light, the 93rd attribute, and the number 93 million miles is the distance, and this is no coincidence. The sun is the bright morning star, which the planet Venus is also known as. Venus is often referred to as a star on account of its dense atmosphere of carbon dioxide, which reflects solar radiation and causes a very bright visual effect. The circumference of the planet Earth, which is the circle around it, is 24,896 miles. That varies because, as you know, your planet expands and contracts seasonally. There is a universal equinox and an earthly equinox. Equinox simply being when the length of the day and the shadow hour are equal, coming from the Latin Creole equi and nox, night. go around the sun called solar, from the Latin sol meaning sun, and Ra from the Hittite deity Arena, goddess of the sun, which is the center of this solar system in 365 Earth days. This varies because the hours in a day are not really 24, but rather 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 6 seconds. We would calculate this as one day, when in reality it varies. The moon moves around the planet in 354 Earth days. Again, the moon cycle varies, and you call that one lunar year. So now you have this motion of the moon around the planet, and your planet around the sun. You have the whole galaxy or solar system, central solar, with systematic in around it. It moves around a larger mass every 24,000 years. Of course, this varies in an equinox, and you have precession of the equator needle. It spins one complete circle every 26,000 years on its axis. Precession is the motion of the axis of a spinning body, such as the wobble of a spinning top. When there is an external force acting on the axis, it's a slow gyration of Earth's axis around the pole of the ecliptic, caused mainly by the gravitational pull of the sun, moon, and other planets on the Earth's equatorial bulge. From the Latin precession, from the past particle of proceder, meaning to go before. Your equinox varies from 24,000 to 24,896 years. The planet called Earth positioned itself in the location of the revolution of Earth, 70, which was the end of the third cycle as you know it, the end of the moon cycle of water, and the birth of the sun cycle of ether, which was also the beginning of this writing, which was sent to renew your Earth story. Make note, there is no such word as their story, only history, his story, which he says of us, and mystery, my story, which we say of us. When the Euro-American is making reference to the story of the original woolly-haired beings, Moors, they refer to it as history, meaning his story, and when making reference to their story, it's called a mystery, my story, because again, in the origin of things, be not arrogant of our knowledge. Take counsel with the ignorant as well as the wise, for the limits of knowledge in any field has never been set, and no one has ever reached them. Wisdom is rarer than emeralds, and yet they are found amongst the women who gather at the grindstones. Be diligent as long as you always do more than is commanded of you. Do not misuse your time while following your heart, for it is a fool to waste one's time. As you can see, the wise Riskians, the Unikai, have made 1 mile per year, and the circumference of the planet Earth is 24,896 miles. It takes 24,896 years for that cycle to take place. The wise round the figure off to 4 cycles of 6,000 years, which you can call one equinox an age. The other years are in constant speed in movement of the planet, making it right and exact. They, the elders, have made land 1 mile to equal each year, of which time is to renew our history or our story. What happens is we have 4 cycles of 6,000 years. In this cycle called an equinox, 24,000 thus, you will see that a single cycle gone, and now we're into a quad cycle. Understand that. By that in the quad cycle, which is this, assuming your sun and your planet is moving, it doesn't move perfectly around. It moves in an egg-shaped motion, an oval. It is broken up into points 1, 2, 3, and 4. There are 2 points where the planet is far away from the sun, called solstices, which mark the 2 times when the sun is seen during the day, the longest and the shortest times of the year, with sol relating to the sun. Thus, you have 4 seasons, 1 winter, 2 spring, 3 summer, and 4 fall, called the seasons or seasons. The Chol as they lived beneath the sea called the deep, and watched the Elohim create and make that which was good, all determined by the water. Thus you have sea sons, sons of the sea. Humans are also a sea people, living in an atmosphere of air, which is water. First, from water of seamen, seamen, to the sac of the womb, to the atmosphere of air, which is water, and the human body, which is 3/4 water, the 4 sons of water. Now, that is just the planet and its motion around the sun. But note, when we take your solar system and cause it to revolve around a larger mass, the universe, there are also 4 periods. The furthest periods from the sun are called the silver periods, or the silver ages. That is the moon cycle. You have 2 silver or moon cycles. Because of the magnetic pull that the sun has, the Earth's elliptic motion speeds up and slows down and is elliptic, or the great annual path of the sun as seen from the Earth. Your planet is not going around and around at the same speed as you may think. You will see that each one of these periods, because of the number 24, has been divided into 4 6,000-year cycles. The first 6,000-year period was from the first silver moon cycle, which was the first cycle that the Earth was furthest away from the sun, to the first gold cycle, which was the first cycle that the Earth was closest to the sun. The second 6,000-year period was from the first gold sun to the second silver. 6,000-year period is from the second silver moon to the second gold sun, and the fourth and final 6,000-year period is going to be from the second gold sun back to the beginning of the very first silver moon period, from light back to the pure supreme balancement of blackness. In the fourth cycle, the Luciferian race made war upon the Anunnaki of the pure green light. The Anunnaki Elohim triumphed over the race of Jinn, as Anu had done over his brother Aladdin, who descended to the seventh, the blue planet inward, then called Tiamat, and after his defeat, Anu ascended up to the throne of the Bureau. Murdoch captured one of the Jinn who was under the age of maturity, named Balas Iblis, meaning despaired or rebellious one. His other name was Lucifer, being the liberated Luciferian. Balas was educated amongst the Anunnaki, and he improved by degrees so much that he was honored and made a teacher of the Anunnaki. You must remember that Lucifer, being one of the most rare Luciferians, was almost all in all polarized, meaning he had 2 conflicting natures, being part Anunnaki and part reptilian. Lucifer was a product of a mixed marriage, being the son of 2 beings. The reptilian Tarnish raped the Anunnaki Melita, which made Lucifer part reptilian and part Anunnaki. This is why he is called the serpent that spoke beside the tree in the enclosed garden of delight, located in what is called today Bali. Thus, there were beings who appeared to have a compromising attitude or personality, yet it was Lucifer who appeared to be headstrong and have a disagreeable nature and an uncompromising attitude or personality. However, from his loins came Chapereans called the Gibborim, the majestic or mighty ones. The strength of the Luciferians made them able to better deceive the seed of Adam by their physical human-like appearance. He became the guiding light, the ruler, the sultan of all the stars of the heaven, and the prince of the cherub Gerub in his heart. He sought the very throne of Anu. Anu reigned over a court of great splendor. It was a place with an artificial garden sculpted with semi-precious stones. There Anu resided with his wife and half-sister Antum, 6 concubines, 80 children, of which 14 were by Antum, 1 prime minister, 3 commanders in charge of the moon rocket ships, 2 commanders of the weapons, 2 great masters of written knowledge, 1 minister of the purse, 2 chief justices, 2 chief scribes, and 5 assistant scribes, all of which Balas wanted to rule. Balas was called Samael in short, with the vapor of the self-complacency and conceit, which is the real nature of Balas. Next, he wanted to scale the skies and try and control and rule of the stars, the Arwayans, the angelic hosts of the heavens. Often he would incite unnecessary arguments, pretending about his excellence by means of deceitful illusions and diabolical stratagems. Once, some of the company of the agreeable Anunnaki were going to have a look at the preserved tablet, the holiest of holy scriptures, upon which contained the record of the past and the future, called the illuminated records, or the Akasha records. On their return, Balas perceived marks of grief on their foreheads, and asked them for the cause of their grief. They replied, "This day we have obtained the information from the tablet that one of the Anunnaki, Gareb of Cherubim, those who are near, the companions of Gael, meaning who dares to be like El, of the mansion of the eternal, shall soon be afflicted with rejection and everlasting damnation. Everyone is afraid, and we request you to pray that the guardian Anunnaki may not allow any of us to fall this misfortune. We are very much terrified and dismayed." Then Balas answered them, saying, "Let none of this even disturb you, for that judgment refers neither to you nor to me. I have years ago been aware of it, and have not communicated it to anyone. The pride and arrogance of Ballas did not allow him to weigh the words of the Unicai. At that time, the blessed proclamation reached the hearing of the inhabitants. The echo of the success of Cadmon Sakar reached their ears. On hearing the news, their depression was ejaculated from them, and that permeated their being from the kindled anger of the unhallowed disagreeable to Ballas. He spoke, saying, "How can mortals created of dust claim to be a being of superiority, and I am created before him of fire from the previous sun cycle?" So the Unicai, having guessed the event to come from the sons of Tarnish, said to El Elo, "Will you make a mischief maker in it, one who shall shed blood?" This was repeated by the Kuthites on the planet Earth, by the command of Anu El Elo, by Murdoch, son of Enki, and Damkina, the grandson of Anu, who would descend to the fourth planet, advised and warned the race of Natas, who had gone astray from the straight path. This took place before the physical war was waged with them. It was a mental war. The agreeable and Unicai were victorious. This, however, will not be the last time that the forces of the benevolent agreeable and disagreeable malevolent would do battle.
Well, y'all wanted to know. Well, I might have sounded a bit long-winded and thing, but then that is chapter 2 of the verse 2 or whatever. You get me? Of the holy tablets. You get me? It's all real. It's all there. You get me? The images, the information, all of that. That was relayed in the video. I know it's hard to understand, but you get me? Yeah, that's only a snippet into the mind of the sniper, man. You get me? Stuff that I had to learn. You know what I mean? I had to learn all that. Decipher it. You know what I'm saying? I find out what was real in it, what was true, what was
better at the end, though.
Pseudo. You get me? Like, what's going on? I don't understand. You get me? It was slightly confusing at first, and then I understood that, like most of that is in the Sumerian tongue. You get what I'm saying? These words, these names, these things are basically Sumerian, you know what I'm saying, and Kemetan mixed together. So, one came out of the other anyway, one's like a copy of the other. So, yeah, this information was out there. It wasn't just made up by someone, New York or someone. It is the information collated by your ancestors. You get me? So, yeah, as I said before, that information, it is what it is. You can call them aliens, extraterrestrials, all sorts, angels, angelic beings, whatever. You know what I'm saying? The title means nothing, but to know that something actually existed or something would make more sense. You know what I'm saying? And if it looked and acted like you, then you could conceive it. If it didn't, then, that's like your soul. You know it's there, but you can't see it, touch it, or do anything about it. So, I mean, that's how a lot of that information comes. But it depends how your brain works, man, how your brain's wired up. Otherwise, it's going to seem very confusing to you. No IQ in that. You get me? That's not our fault. You know what I mean? So, yeah, we have to do intense study in everything. That's why you hear me with words and I'll just be chopping it up. You get me? Oh, the word means this and the word means that and the word means this and da-da-da-da. What a teacher does, And the way I was taught, you was always giving all the information, never just a little bit. He's giving all of it, and then you still had to go and research on top of that. So it was fine-tune your skills and everything. What are you saying, Brother Gregory?
Well, what I sound muffled?
No. You're good.
Nah, I'm just reverbing off of you, man. Cause you breaking down the
small,
video.
small little something.
Yeah, I'm saying, it should sound like a recap, a confirmation of recap of what I just said. Everything I said, I'm listening. It's chopped, but I was hearing the things, and I'm like, oh shit.
Well,
So
Captain
everything I just said.
Captain said a lot of things.
Put on a bigger scale for you real quick.
As I said, for some it might have been boring or thing or way over their head, but that wasn't really the point. The point
No,
was
they were saying it was chopped up and it was breaking up and it was static and Hangout's better, miss Hangout or something.
Oh,
But
yeah.
really, when you just fixed it the last time I said turn it down.
Yeah.
You can hear it clear.
I didn't realize it was so loud in it, obviously. You get me? But yeah, man, boy, you know, that was just a little something today, man. I weren't really like trying to go in too hard. And now I wanted to give the people the opportunity to come and ask questions or say whatever they want to say. You get what I'm saying? Because there was a lot there. Get me? But we kind of understand the idea of creation and primal creation and energy manifesting into matter and matter-based life forms and all of that. You know what I'm saying? And what's natural in nature, words that are used many times. You know what I'm saying? Things that we know and appreciate and realize that the ancestors were talking about triple darkness and talking about subatomic particles and atoms and you know what I'm saying? Quartz and zools and biapsies and all of that. You know what I mean? The nun and all of that. These things. We had enough time, been on the planet long enough to sit down and philosophize and work out certain things. So there's no surprise that what you call in Egypt, there's many ideas and many theologies and mythoses collated from, you know what I'm saying? Because if there were so many different types of beings on the planet, there's a lot of information out there. And each one of them came with their own technology and way of being and way of doing things, which is connected to way of seeing and way of doing things. You know what I'm saying? So the struggle of yin and yang, good and evil, or agreeable, disagreeable, is just universal balance. You get me? Something or must be obtained on this physical plane. You know what I'm saying? So it's nothing, it's just knowledge. You get me? We don't get emotional about it. Bigger than religion. You hear religion, the origins of religion, relying on a jinn, I'm sure whoever you call the devil. You get me? So it's one of those ones. You know what I mean? Come on. We got Mr. Simmons. You get me? Long time, old school. You get me? But we here, man. We here. You get me? Like any questions? Let me know. You get me? But finally, I can be in a space where I can just teach, and no interruptions, no nonsense. All right, the StreamYard's acting up. You get me? We're gonna tweak that and come back to it. Probably gonna get a new, as I said, new laptop. You know what I'm saying? Little Mac or something. And tweak those little things. But yeah, man, big up everyone for tuning in and that, staying with it. I know some of you had your paper and pen out. Some of you was listening to some real first-hand knowledge from Brother Gregory and Captain Rambo, always doing his thing, as we know. You know what I'm saying? But we're all brothers of the same mind. So yeah, it's just about knowledge and information. It's not about religion or anything like that. But you might hear some religious elements, but it's just names. You know what I mean? The names that we've got now came from those ancient situations, you know what I mean? And people just taking them on now. Oh, Satan, Shaitan. So he's real. Yeah, he was a real individual. But now he's become a myth and a legend that, you know what I mean? Like the devil. Like, please get that out of here, man. I mean, you just got to understand what it really was. If there's real people and real beings and we're here and there's other beings in the universe and how we get here, there must be a story of how we got here. If we got here, like it all has to coincide. You get me? It all has to coincide and make sense.
Right. It all has to coincide.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man. Big up everybody up in the place. I'm out. I've done a little 4 hours. You know what I'm saying? Probably be on tomorrow with the Freestyle Friday. Still running. Back. Hopefully see Brother Gregory there tomorrow. You know what I mean? Come and give them some bars like we used to.
Yeah. You already know. Hopefully I can.
Yeah, we're gotta do that, then. We gotta do that. We gotta do that, man. We gotta kick it like that old school. So yeah, man. Big up everyone. You know what I'm saying? And bearing with, man, and all of that. But yeah, a little bit had to be done. Had to let you into the mind of the sniper, but you know that type of schools of knowledge that man was messing with. You know what I mean? Like as man was progressing. Do you get what I'm saying? This is like 25 years ago information. So like, don't think it's like, yeah, that's how I am now. But you know, you progress. You get me? You revolve, not evolve. You re-evolve. You know, like the child makes in the stomach. You get me? You deal with revolution, not evolution. You know what I mean? So you have to move forward. KIM, keep it moving. You know what I mean? So yeah, and you have to make it all make sense to today. You know what I mean? Words might sound fancy, stories and stuff like that, but you have to make it make sense to you as the way your ancestors. The problem is that a lot of the time we have interpretations from mainly Europeans trying to interpretate things that they never existed at the time. You know what I mean? They couldn't even put their mindset into what the people were writing with their pens or the quills or chipping into the wall. Even so, we get interpretations of what they feel. You know what I mean? And we are supposed to, you know what I mean, when we have our own people who translate this information because it was left for us in the first 210, as big, as clear as you can see. You know what I mean? All around the planet. You get what I'm saying? Like monuments to just remind us that our ancestors was here and great and all that. And we were a lot better than we were now. We're a lot more in tune with nature then and how things are supposed to be. So now we just all of all of the one species right now. You know what I mean? Our ability is so limited as humans. It's so limited compared to other animals and other things on the planet. There's more diversity in monkeys. There's more diversity in other animals than there is in human beings. We don't even have diversity. We have variance, right? And that's the most we're gonna get: color and hair texture. Wow. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes people will be talking about ancient beings. Ain't you? Ain't you? You know what I mean? But it's the origins of you. That's why we say our ancestors. We don't say that. You know what I mean? Oh, that's my great great grandfather. No, my ancestors. That man wasn't even the same species as me. That prophet wasn't even the same species as me. Them wasn't even the same species as me. You get me? But somewhere along the line, you get me? That and then, you know what I mean? But you know what I'm saying? But big up everyone. First class, first left. They will. But big up yourselves. Big up everybody up inside. Son, brother Gregory. Don't know what it is. When you see his channel, like, comment, and to him, you know what to do with me.
Big up. You already know. Big up to the people.
One.
Yeah, but cool. Big ups.